welcome to the final Senate meeting of the quarter. With no further ado, we will continue on to our agenda. We're very happy to have you here. So now we'll start with our call to order. Senator Christian Arredondo. Senator Reem Blake.
Present.
Senator Fabian Escobedo.
Present.
Senator Akeem Brown.
Present.
Senator Ali Isles.
Present.
Senator Jackie Jacoby.
Present.
Senator Colette King.
Present.
Senator Delaney Koenig.
Present.
Senator Richard Lee. Senator Carlton Nguyen.
Present.
Senator Priscilla Perret.
Present.
Senator Jason Ramirez.
Present.
Senator Herman Senga.
Present.
Senator Summer Schaefer.
Present.
Senator Sam Uwe. Excused. President Pro Tempore Devin Plaza.
Present.
Personnel Director Ashley Dorano.
Present.
Marketing and Promotions Director Raveen Rathod.
Present.
Elections Director Stephanie Rose.
Present.
Outreach Director Jessica Arquidez.
Here.
Senate Secretary Adelia Chakri. Excused. Parliamentarian Momo Hussein.
Present.
Vice President of Campus Internal Affairs Fernando Echeverria.
Present.
Vice President of External Affairs Abraham Galvan.
Present.
Vice President of Finance Ira Shang.
Present.
President Afi Karim.
Present.
And myself. Okay, continuing with our agenda, we have approval of the agenda. So, at this time, by the way, there are spare copies of the agenda for those in the gallery that would like to take a look. It's on the table right there next to Senator Ali Isles. At this time, the chair will open up floor for motions for amendments or approval of the agenda. Senator Jackie Jacoby.
Motion to approve the agenda.
Okay. Are there any other points or motions on the floor at this time? All right, seeing none, we will take this motion and Jackie Jacoby's motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Seconded by President Pro Tempore. Actually, I'm sorry, real quick. Last minute update, a bit of a typo. Presentation will actually be moved past committee updates. Meant to actually include that in the final draft.
I'd like to keep the presentation before committee updates, as it pertains to my committee report.
Oh, actually, sorry, it's a separate presentation. Yours will still be involved in your committee report. I didn't include that as a subsection because I allowed that. It'll be a separate item from another, different.
So,
Sorry for the
during
confusion.
my report.
Okay, so motion on the floor to approve the agenda by Senator Jackie Jacoby, seconded by President Pro Tempore Devin Plaza.
Point of parliamentary procedure,
Yes.
so we don't have old business anymore, right? Is it considered something entirely separate, or would we still be considering the transfer position thing in old business?
Some of the motions freed up with old business.
But expired, isn't it?
Well, I think it
Point of
was,
parliament.
no, actually, it wouldn't be considered old business because it was submitted as a completely new
Yeah.
piece of legislation.
Cool.
And so it'll be.
It went through LRC again.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, so this will be considered new business. Okay, so we'll continue with the vote on the floor as it stands. Motion to approve the agenda. All those in favor? All those opposed? And abstain. All right, by a vote of 13-0-0, the agenda has been approved. Okay, continuing on, we will now hear from our ex officios. If there are any ex officios in attendance today, I please welcome you up. There's a sign-in sheet on the podium. If you please just like to write your name and email for further contact, and then the floor is yours.
Hi everyone, my name is Mulanganur Dena. I am the treasurer for Delta Chi, but tonight I'm being the IFC representative for you all. So something that we heard at last Senate meeting was that the food pantry was a success, you all are in support of it, and that you will be working forward on it. The IFC community would like to be a part of that, so what we've decided to do is do a food drive. So we're planning a food drive. It'll be 3 Wednesdays. We haven't said the exact dates because I want to ensure that there will be a place for this food to go. We don't want to just get food and have it thrown out because there's no place. But we are going to do this. It's going to be 3 weeks on Wednesdays. We're going to be tabling, have an IFC table out, doing letters from all day on Wednesday, and you can just come by. You put your food in there, non-perishables, and you get a raffle ticket. And there'll be a raffle, and you can get something really cool out of it. So that's happening. If you would, I know this isn't just an ASUCR thing. I know it's a political thing. I know there's a lot of other organizations working on it. I'm coming to you all because you all passed a resolution, and this is the organization I feel can interconnect all these other organizations the best. So that's why I'm here. But I'd encourage collaboration. I'd encourage all of your organizations that you represent up here to come work with me. And I want to make this the biggest thing. I want to make sure that the food pantry is a success, that no student should go hungry on this campus. Just to summarize it, that's it, I guess. Have a great finals. Good luck. Succeed, and have a safe and wonderful spring break. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Alana, if you could remain at the podium just real quick for a couple of questions.
Sure.
We have our outreach director, Jessica Martinez, and then our vice president of internal affairs, Fernando Chilbury.
I don't know if you wanted to go first. I don't know if we're gonna say the same thing or.
I don't think we're.
Okay. So first off, I want to say thank you so much. I don't know if you know, there is actually a food drive going on right now. So that would be amazing. It actually is hosted by the food pantry committee. So it's an unofficial committee, and I know that Danny Lopez is the one that's in charge of it. But the fact that it'll be a separate one, or if you want to include it, or just kind of like make it grow, everything we're just happy the fact that everyone's getting involved. But like you mentioned, there's a lot of different organizations, there's a lot of different things. I don't know if you would want to attend like different meetings or committee meetings, so that way we can work, maybe even like, I know the center, or the pantry is gonna be starting up very, kind of like a trial and error run. And there would be a lot of like volunteers needed, and I'm not sure if they would be willing, but maybe you can go back and get that information, or, you know, just with the fact that the food is being donated is a huge thing, so just relay that thank you back to them. I know a lot of individuals have been working really hard on this. It was just, oh yeah, it was basically like thank you for supporting it, but just, I don't know if you wanted to talk to Danny Lopez because of the fact that there's already a food drive. In the ASUCR office, there's actually a box with the flyer on there for the drive. And they're in different offices as well, but I mean, if you weren't able to find it, then maybe it's a good thing to expand it, so.
Yeah. If anyone, yeah, so my contact information's on here, and I'd love to be a part of those meetings and those things, and we can make this great, so. Next question.
Yeah, I was just going to mention, that first of all, thank you, and thank you for being represented from IFC and being so willing to actually help us out with this initiative. So beginning spring quarter, my internal affairs staff is actually going to be working with the committee as well, because I'm drafting the language right now to finalize the committee. But next quarter, we're going to have a campus-wide food drive. So that's going to be including all organizations, and we're going to have raffle tickets, or we're going to have a prize as well for whichever organization can actually raise the most food on this campus. So that's actually one of our first things. And then I'm in talks with administration and our own office staff to see what space we can use to store the food for the meantime. So then we're going to handle all the other issues beginning spring quarter. So we welcome your collaboration.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Were there any other ex officios that were in attendance that would like to speak? Okay. Seeing none, we will continue on the public forum. At this time, we extend a welcome to any member of the galley that would like to come forward and speak on any business that you wish to bring to the attention of the Senate. We have a sign-in sheet in the front, so we simply ask that you sign your name and email, please get in contact with you, and then the floor is yours.
Should I do that?
And I will.
Ready to start? Ready? Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Tia Ray. I'm a transfer student. And first I want to say that I'm really glad to say that ASUCR is really recognizing transfer issues and our community. I'm here at the podium to necessarily say I am in support of the transfer non-traditional director amendment because, well, being a student, I think we can all relate, is really hard. And so being a transfer is on top of that hard as well. And so having more representation here, I think will help our experience, the transfer experience, even more. So I hope you guys agree, and thanks for your time.
Great, thank you.
Hi, my name is Antonia Zavala, and I'm a transfer student as well. Likewise, I'm glad to see that ASUCR recognized transfer students in the transfer student community. I am also here to show my support of the transfer and non-traditional student director amendment. Coming to UCR as a transfer student, it's really important for me to feel like I am a part of the community, and having this position or having this amendment makes me feel like my concerns are reflected and recognized by the ASUCR. Thank you so much for your time.
And could everyone please put their information on if here? Yeah, so that we can follow up with all of you too.
I think the last piece.
Okay. You can just have it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I have a clipboard if you want to pass it the clipboard.
Thank you.
Thanks.
What was that?
Hello, my name is Christian Morgan. I'm a transfer student. I live at Glenmore 1. I believe needs to be like a balance of equality within transfer students, first years, freshmen, as such. I've been fortunate to find like a group of people within the community that I can relate to. But I believe that there's some people, transfer students among that, probably struggle to find their sense of community. And I also hear that this is the first year that we had the transfer orientation, which is, that's a good thing, it's progress, but I feel like the initiation of the transfer or non-traditional director is important, and it shows great progress, and we can further that.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, my name is Michael Lamb, and I'm also a transfer. I support the transfer and the non-traditional student director amendment. Transfers need a representative and a channel to find the lost opportunities we miss as transfers. I hope you all see the benefits of that as well. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Allison Garcia. I'm a transfer student here at UCR. It's like my second quarter here. So hearing that ASUCR is trying to get us, when they provide us with an advocate, is kind of neat to hear, because I know my experience walking in, I was kind of lost. Even with our transfer orientation, I don't think I was provided with enough information so that I could take advantage of everything this campus has to offer. So I just wanted to state that I'm in support of the transfer and non-traditional student director amendment.
Hi, my name is Gabby. I'm also a transfer student. I transferred this year, fall 2014. This was my first quarter here. And transferring in for me has been a really amazing experience, only because I've had people, other transfer students and transfer resources and other resources on campus that have been able to provide that for me. But if it's not provided for that next group of transfer students who come in, then I really would not like to see that. I'm also in support of the transfer and non-traditional student amendment, and I hope you guys are too. Thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Good evening, senators, friends. My name is Greg Jones. I am in favor of the transfer resources being provided, because we as transfer students, we find ourselves disenfranchised when we come here, and it kind of speaks to an issue of supremacy when first-year students can come in and have all these resources, and we have to scrape and claw and ask for things that should be given and innate to us. I'm very proud of the work that's been done since I've been here. We had the Transfer Resource Center when I first came, and now it's been taken away. And I'm very happy to see that the Transfer Commuter Lounge is being put in as a replacement. And I would ask that you guys do not only amend grant this amendment, but to do as much as you can for transfer students for the equality of all students, because injustice for one person is injustice to everyone. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Yankee Morris. I'm just here to, offer a few reasons why I am in support of the transfer and non-traditional student amendment. Well, transferring here is very difficult, I must say. It's a different world coming from a junior college. It's very hard to be integrated here as a transfer student, I cannot lie. And being a minority makes that process even harder. So, I walked through some of the dorms where some of my freshman friends live, and there were all type of programs going on because they have learning communities, and they just have all type of things going on that makes it easier for them to meet people and to just find themselves at home here. Well, I'm walking around campus here and I'm looking around and I rarely see a face that I know, and it does make things harder. Like, I'm looking around my classrooms, I don't know anyone. So, offering some additional support to us would make things easier. Seeing familiar faces in my classrooms, things like that, partying with some of my classmates, that would honestly make things easier for me, and it really would benefit me and also all of my transfer counterparts. So I hope you guys get the job done. Thank you guys.
Hello, my name is Robert. Clearly, I have the same thought that everyone else has. As a transfer student, I kind of felt like I was an afterthought here at UCR, and I'm totally supportive of the transfer and non-traditional student director amendment, because I feel like it's finally going to give us a voice and a presence here on campus, and I hope you guys will understand where we're coming from and support it as well. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Eileen Tovar, and I am not a transfer student. However, I'm glad to see that ASUCR is recognizing transfer issues in the transfer community. Personally, I have friends that are going through the community college system and are planning to transfer to the four-year university. I think it's important for them to have the recognition and support that they need in order to ensure their future success in the next step of their education. So I personally support the transfer and non-traditional student director amendment, and I hope that all of you are too. Thank you. Have a wonderful weekend.
Hi everyone, my name is Erica Perez, and I'm just here to support the non-traditional director amendment. A couple of things is because like everybody else is here, and we're here on behalf of other transfer students that couldn't make it at this moment. Just because one, like Greg said earlier, we don't have a transfer center, so we don't have like a place where we can all hang out and make friends within the 2 years that we have here. And then two, we also feel like a lot of us, like a lot of us coming in, we all want to sit here on board with you guys, but obviously something we talked about last meeting was like you guys are trying to change that. Hopefully down the road you guys are able to change more things for transfer students and support. And I feel like this position for the director would be like a voice for us here with you guys, and more opportunities for us to be a part and feel a part of UCR. So we don't just be like, okay, we go to UCR, but wait, we're not really a part of it. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Reginald Niscaros. I'm president of TSA. That's the Transfer Student Association. The club just started the 7th week of this quarter, so I'm really excited about that. But the way I got to find the TSA was actually through a HOS class for transfer students. And I was very fortunate to be able to have this class to be able to foster this community of transfers. And I'm in support of the transfer and non-traditional transfer student amendment because I feel like it's going to be able to give a voice to a lot of the transfer students and give them also opportunities for them to be able to do something with their short time here. And I hope you guys are in support of that too. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is George Kane. I am also a transfer student, third year from Glendora, from Citrus College. I don't know if anybody's in there. Yeah. Okay. And I'm glad to see the ASUCR recognize transfer issues, and I'm also in support of the transfer non-traditional student director amendment. And I feel that if you have this amendment approved, that transfer students on campus will be able to have a voice and actually have their concerns recognized. Where from maybe Citrus College, I don't know if those of you have actually been on, well, those of you that were there, if you notice that some transfers that would transfer from one community college to the next to another one wouldn't really have a support system to help them acclimate to the new environment. And I think having a director that recognizes these concerns can voice them to you and also help you guys like be able to have programs and resources acclimated to these new transfers. So I thank you all. I hope you support this amendment.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Good evening. My name is Dennis Jones. I'm a transfer student. I've recently been accepted into the business college here for my bachelor's in business administration. Thank you. As a transfer student, I really feel and I appreciate that ASUCR is addressing the issues for transfer students and for non-traditional students. And honestly, at my time here, I have felt fairly welcome into the community. I really have. There is a good, strong effort out there. But I do realize that a lot of what is going on campus, just in general, it doesn't necessarily fit with me. As my demographic, I'm a 29-year-old student. I'm in a completely different book, and I'm sure that there's way more even unique individuals out there that have families. And the campus is great. I mean, we have family residents, and like we're really going in the right direction. It's a good school. But at the same time, we're still continuing to push the idea of community college first and university second. And as a nation, as our president has done too, they're trying to get this as more of a prominent way to get your schooling. So I'm not asking just for our generation here, but what we do in the coming months, in the coming years, is going to lay the groundwork for tons and tons of other students who are coming into this school, and which is why I am in support of the transfer and non-traditional student director. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Julie Stewart. I am not a transfer student, but I am a student parent, which makes me non-traditional. UCR for me in 2011 as a freshman is totally different than it is. Was totally different than it is now. Now I feel a lot more comfortable having my child on campus. I am happy that ASUCR is acknowledging transfer and non-traditional issues, but acknowledging it alone is not enough. I am here in support of the transfer and non-traditional student amendment, and I hope after hearing all of us, you guys are too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, so I'm here supporting the transfer amendment as well. I think that, I'm not a transfer student and I don't represent their issues, but I think you all don't necessarily always get a transfer perspective, especially with the way ASUCR is run. There's a lot of students that are traditional students on this horseshoe. So I think, like, let's say that there's no transfer students on there. There's still transfer issues that need to be dealt with. There's still issues that are there even though they're invisible and there's no one on the horseshoe representing them. So I think there definitely needs to be someone there, to tell you what the issues are, what the community faces, and what needs to be done. That's why I'm in favor of the amendment.
Thank you.
How's it going, everyone?
Hi, Sean.
I'm not going to talk on the transfer student amendment. I just heard about it right now, but it's great. That's really cool. You all came out here in solidarity. That's awesome. So listen to the students that represent that amendment. But anyways, I wanted to come out here. Sorry, I'm a little under the weather, but I'm going to speak anyways. I actually wanted to present like another idea, maybe that ASUCR can take on next quarter. You all have been doing great things, and I've been seeing it constantly. I see it on social media. I see it around the campus with our gear. The food pantry is finally in motion. That's a project that's been in the works for, gosh, I don't know, since I've been, it's been an idea since I've been involved with ASUCR, and now it's finally in motion. The extended library hours. I know Herman, you were working really hard on that, and I'm sure other senators were as well. But that's great. The transfer commuter lounge. I mean, again, going back to that. I mean, these are all great things. Like, it's awesome to see that in the actual campus community, you're seeing an effect that ASUCR is having on the campus community, and that's what the students at the end of the day are going to be seeing. So, with that being said, I have another idea for you all to maybe push forward, or I can help you all with it too. I really don't care. Basically, it's so I presented this idea. I actually talked to Michael about it the other week. Basically, having meet the Senate events, because I know you already had one. By the way, that's really cool too. Good job. See, they keep popping up. Basically, making it so it's more available to students. Maybe starting another tradition at UCR within ASUCR, where students can come and speak to their senators or speak to the representatives. And what the idea is basically just first Wednesday of every month, handing out free pizza, have excuse me, I'm saying like ASUCR, KUCR. Have KUCR also there, have ASUCR have this event where you're basically handing out free pizza, and it's a Meet the Senate event. It'll garner students' attention. Basically, students have to present a need that they want to see or a change that they want to see within UCR to a senator and talk to a senator or one of the representatives in order to get a slice of pizza. You could also have them do a hashtag or something if you want about like I love UCR or like I don't know. You can come up with like some creative name like Nafi if you want it to be like pizza with the president. Like that's catchy, you know. It's something that students can attach to and something that students will see on the campus. So it's just an idea. If any senator would like to maybe take that up, I'd love to help you all out with that. So, yeah, thank you.
Great, thanks. Actually, if you could remain at the podium just real quick, I think I saw a couple hands.
Sure.
Are we taking speakers? Because I wanted to also talk to the transfers. I don't know if we're waiting till all the speakers are done, or
I think we can, since this is a new subject that was brought up, so
Yeah, you can still talk though.
You can still talk, definitely.
So I got Devin, I got Reno, I got Jessica, and then I got Bethany.
Anyway. Thank you. Yeah.
Hi, Sean. I was actually just talking to someone recently about this, and I'd be really happy to work with you on this. I know that coming to Senate meeting can be intimidating for a lot of students to come express their concerns. So next quarter, I'd love to work with you on this. I'll get your email from the sheet, and we can move forward from there.
Perfect.
Jessica?
Hi, Sean, thank you for speaking.
Of course.
I kind of wanted to discuss the transfers. It's a great idea. I'll be more than willing. I'm always, working on all the projects. But is it possible?
If you want, I can do it.
Yeah, I was going to say that. But I'm down to work with you.
Hey, stranger. So I'd love to collaborate with you, and I'm having, along with a few other senators, like a week of kindness the first week of spring quarter. And so if you wanted to do a trial run, we could do it that Wednesday, because I know I'm having a tabling event and then Abe's having a tabling event, so we could add free pizza to the mix, and I think that could be a really cool hybridization because they have to participate anyway in my event, and then they could talk to all of the senators if we need new projects for spring quarter. So yeah, I'll get in touch with you and we can make it happen.
Cool.
Thank you.
He wants to go to the transfer.
Oh, okay, so we have Jessica and okay.
He's waiting.
You want to wait till after this?
Thank you. Okay, that's all. I'm doing the hand. I was like, okay, now we want
That's what I said. It's waiting till the end.
How's it going, y'all? If you don't know me, my name is John Dell, and I will be replacing a class leader this upcoming spring quarter. As most of you know, there was an incident during elections week of last year that caused tension between me and a couple other senators. I would like you to know that I personally apologize for my actions to those specific senators. I had no intent of hurting their feelings, but it was an insensitive joke that should have not been made. I have personally taken the steps to understand my wrongdoings and can guarantee it won't happen again. My ignorance was no excuse, which is why I would like to educate the campus community to prevent future discriminatory remarks. I look forward to working with you all next semester or next quarter, and have a good quarter.
Thank you, John. Okay. Were there any more speakers for public forum? Cool. Great, thank you. Okay, then we'll just take the final two speakers from the Senate who wanted to comment. So we'll start with Jessica, if that's okay.
Yeah, since the keys one, so just kidding. On to the last one. No, this is amazing. The fact that everyone comes together, it really shows solidarity with each other. I just wanted to talk about the fact that I have been meeting with transfers. We can talk to Francisco, you can talk to different representatives. We have been opening a lot of the meetings to transfers. Unfortunately, the time that we have, I don't know if it's been announced publicly, but we've been working on a lot of different issues, and one of the things that they did bring up was the transfer orientation. From my understanding, it's been an event every year.
Transfer welcome is the first. The orientation is always but the welcome.
Okay, so the welcome, but someone had mentioned the orientation.
He meant welcome.
Yeah, okay, well, I mean, just regarding the orientation, just because that's also an issue, the fact that it's one day as opposed to a whole weekend, same thing as a freshman's, that's something that we're talking about. So I wanted to recognize that student that had mentioned the orientation, because that's something that we can move forward with. Like I had mentioned, I talked to different individuals, but I think it's important to support students and to find solutions. I am not a transfer, but that doesn't mean that I cannot advocate for students regardless of their transfers or not. A few weeks ago, students came to speak. They were transfers, and I reached out to them, and since that last meeting, we've been meeting weekly. Actually, these last 2 weeks, we've been meeting twice a week. So I just wanted to encourage everyone, you know, if you have any not problems, but like any projects that you would want to take on, all of Senate is more than willing to help, and I know that we're fully supportive. I have talked to Keith about having a seat on the Diversity Council. I'm not a chair or anything, but I know that a lot of the individuals have been very supportive. We've been very successful with the Diversity Council. It's been, you know, very productive. I don't know if y'all heard about the event last Tuesday. We were able to get the chancellor, the vice chancellor. I'm sorry, not last Tuesday. It was yesterday. Sorry, it's week 10. But no, we were just moving forward with that, and I think the fact that there's different communities that are not being represented, that's what the Diversity Council was established for. So I think regardless if that's something that you all would want to do, I'm opening the invitation. I'm not the chair, so I don't know if I'm able to do that, but I know that Fernando is fully supporting of that, and I'm almost positive that Johnson, the chair of the Diversity Council, will be open. And if not, we'll make it happen. I'll motion for the bylaws to be changed. I'll be supportive of anything. Unfortunately, I do not vote, but know that if I could support transfers, which I do, I want to make sure that I open my door with whatever support possible. And I do invite others. I don't know if we're going to be meeting at the same time next quarter, but I have been having conversations. It's just briefly, you know, lunch, we'll go to Coffee Bean, but it's just kind of that conversation that starts. And even, I don't want to say this, but it really is. At first, it may be having you complain, and that's what gets the conversation going. I need to know the issues and what's going wrong, so that way we can fix them. And if y'all want to just rant, that's how we get things done, because we don't know what's wrong unless you tell us. If you wanted to address it as, you know, a project or a rant or a complaint or anything that you would want, that's something that we as student government are in. You know, that's why we were elected in, whether it would be directors, whether it be Senate, whether it be any position, even the Transfer Task Force, which is a committee under one of the offices. Everyone should be willing, and I hope that everyone is willing. I don't want to speak for anyone else but myself, but I'm more than willing to make myself available. Like I mentioned, I already do meet with transfers, but I'm more than willing to meet with anyone, whether they're transfers or not, whoever is willing to take on the transfer projects.
Okay, thank you, Jessica.
I just want to say thank you all for coming out. This is probably the most transfer students that have been in the galley all year. And I've been advocating for you all year. And tonight you showed up. You've done exactly what I told everybody you could. You all are dedicated. You guys are here to make a change. You all, I'm sorry, are here to make a change. And again, I'm just proud to see you all out there. Don't take this lightly. This is, it's going to be, you know, a tough thing going forward, because just now, just this year, there's representation in ASUCR, and it wasn't a designated position. I actually ran on the issues that you all brought up today. And now that they're being recognized, I hope that they'll continue to be recognized. And I hope that you all won't let anybody let them go unrecognized. And that's here in this horseshoe, and that's up in administration. Continue to push forward. Let your voice be heard. Thank you all for coming.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you to the galley for coming out, and thank you to all the transfer students who came out to represent your communities. Thank you for the ideas that were brought up by Sean and Naylon and everyone else. And I also just wanted to comment on the announcement that was made by John. I do appreciate you coming out to speak on the incident that happened last year, but I also wanted to acknowledge the fact that a lot of allegations were denied, so that's very hurtful, but I am happy that you acknowledge that the comments that were made last year were actually said, because that's a big part of the process, and it's a huge part of the healing process for people that were involved. So I do thank you for coming out, and I do accept your apology pending that we work together, hopefully next year, so we can prevent situations like this from happening. Thanks.
Great, thank you. And final two speakers, Senator Colette King and Senator Jackie Jacoby.
I first wanted to address all the transfers that came out. I think it's great that all of you came together at once, and your messages, although each one was brief, collectively as a whole was very strong. So I just want to say thank you for coming out and showing your support of each other and for the school as well. I wanted to make a comment on John Dell's apology. I want to say thank you for coming out, and thank you for following up with me on how to go about it as well. I truly appreciate it. As Reem said, there were those concerns. However, I do have a strong feeling that you intend everything that you said, and I know that you're going to be a great addition to the Senate. Thank you.
Senator Jackie Jacoby.
I wanted to also thank John Dell for coming out tonight. It takes lots of guts to do a public apology like that, so it means a lot to me and to us to come out here. I ran with you under our party. I saw how hard you worked, how hard you will work, that you are responsible, that you do care. So I have full confidence in you on this horseshoe. So thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you as well. Great, thank you. If there are no more speakers for public forum, we will now continue to section G, committee updates. First up, we have our finance committee. So at this time, I will turn it now over to our Vice President of Finance, Irish Shane.
Hi everyone, good evening. So, So this Monday we had our last finance meeting of the quarter, and the allocations are as follows. First we have the Latino Business Student Association. They budget is being tabled because their numbers don't match. Next, we've allocated 161 to Future Pills, 750 to the Bay Area Networking Group, 1,310 to Model UN for their UCR two-day conference of the United Nations grants. Life did not show up. 750 for Quidditch Club, 383 for Nuestra Costa, 1,429 to the Professional Fraternity Council for their Pageant for Fraternity Awareness and Charity Grant, 750 for Women Who Lift, 750 for Nature Club, 1,098 to the Raza Assembly. Okay, and we also allocated 1,717 to the Delaney and Priscilla for their Project Kindness is the New Cool campaign. Yeah. And I would just like to motion to vote on these allocations right now. I know we have Rabin's proposal, so after the vote, I would like to yield time for him to present.
Okay. Are there any motions on the floor at this time? Irish Director Jessica Arquitas.
I motion to pass this finance report.
Okay. Motion by Irish Director Jessica Arquitas to approve budget allocations. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Fabian Escobedo. All those in favor? All those opposed? And abstained. All right, by a vote of 12-0-1, the allocations pass. Okay. I believe that you yielded the rest of your report to Marketing and Promotions Director Raveen Razan, so I'll turn it over to you, Raveen.
Hello, Senate. Thank you for allowing me to speak. So just to provide a little context, what I'll be discussing today is the addition of a stipend for my vice chair, which I've been trying to pursue since the beginning of this year. All the voting Senate members should have received some documentation that I submitted to the Finance Committee as well. So basically the reason I'm coming to Senate is, well, one in the stipend bylaw, it states that to add a new stipend position, it has to go through Senate to vote on whether or not a stipend position should be added. That's from Chapter 8, Stipends and Regulations, if you want to follow along in the bylaws. Second of all, the reason that my vice chair stipend was tabled once again was, to my understanding when I asked the Finance Committee, for the explicit reason of legislative issues, whether or not my bylaws were in accordance with adding a stipend and issues such as these. If you pull up the I don't know if you want to pull up the document, perhaps other people can also follow along. I emailed you my finance proposal before the meeting started. One of the things that was brought up while I was doing it was that in order to establish a stipend for the same position, I would have to add responsibilities to my bylaws, and that's what I was told by professional staff. However, as you see in my reasoning, and as I stated in the Finance Committee, the reason I am requesting a stipend and not changing the bylaws is because this position was only started last year, and my entire office was only started last year. So the reason for not establishing a stipend was that I don't want to abuse student money and establish stipends for positions that have not proven themselves to warrant that stipend. So last year was a test year. We established the positions that I thought would be necessary for my office, and we gauged the workload of these positions. So for my vice chair, and for any vice chair that I found in the bylaws, their bylaws should only state that their core responsibility is to basically help the chairperson with whatever tasks are necessary. So just for context purposes, I use the finance bylaw as my a comparison point between my bylaws. And the finance vice chair's bylaws also states that the core of those responsibilities are to assist their chairperson. So the reason I'm asking for a stipend is not because there have been any additional responsibilities added, but the responsibilities that were originally in my bylaws take quite a bit of time, considering that we're used by the entire office, and the workload to complete those responsibilities is the reason I'm requesting a stipend. And the stipend amount is going to be the minimum amount we give in ASUCR, which is $110 a month. From my understanding with my conversation with Teresa, it is not possible to give back pay for previous quarters, so I'm only requesting it for this quarter and then next quarter. And so what I'd like to ask Senate, first of all, if we need to have a discussion on this, I'd be happy to answer any questions. We can look through the document and my reasoning. But I would really like to request for a motion to establish a stipend for the marketing vice chair position, at which point I believe Iris is going to work with me, should that pass, to host a finance meeting real quick tomorrow to determine the amount allocation. Because the only thing Senate can do is vote on whether or not there should be a stipend, and then finance would vote on the amount that would be allocated.
Okay, at this time, I'll take hands. I see Senator Keene Brown, Senator Reed Blake, Irish Director Jessica Arquidez, Vice President of Finance Ira Chang, and Senator Summershed. Senator Keene Brown.
Raveen, if you could you explain a little bit of what the vice chair's duty would be, just in essence? I know you have your duties, but what would the vice chair's duties be then?
Right. Right. So the reason on that first page I included both my responsibilities from the bylaws as well as the vice chair's because the vice chair's responsibilities are more fluid, but all of those responsibilities can be found from my section of the bylaws. So like, for example, they can change slightly from year to year, but for this year, if you want to go to page 3, it lists some of the things my vice chair has worked on just for this year, and that includes assisting with planning multiple events, hosting different meetings. A lot of times we have to meet with different departments, and sometimes I'm unable to attend those meetings due to classes or other time commitments. So my vice chair will go in my place to these meetings. In addition, a bulk of his work is consumed by design work, designing for flyers, designing different logos, making sure that events line up with particular senators. So if a senator needs, say, some help on social media, and then in addition needs a flyer, and then in addition wants to set up tabling, well, I would overlook that, and then my vice chair assists me in making sure that all of those elements fall into play. In addition, he helps manage marketing meetings by taking minutes and following up on my immediate committee members as to what their responsibilities are. And yeah, like I said, the biggest part of his work would be the design photography element of marketing.
So in essence, it appears that the current duties that you have are large enough that you're able to delegate them off when you're not able to do it, so that they can still be done.
Correct. Like I mentioned, it's not the addition of any responsibilities, but just in fulfilling the responsibilities mentioned in my bylaw, the workload is enough to warrant needing substantial help from the vice chair for that. And sorry, just one thing I could add. Another thing is, like, for example, I know we have GCAP interns that get paid hourly, and while that might seem disproportionately higher in terms of, say, ASUCR stipends, that's actually the norm for positions in that sustainability field. So likewise, for positions that require this amount of design work and creative, like using Photoshop, Illustrator to create designs, it's usually the norm to receive some sort of compensation because we're not professional designers, so we can't really crank out designs in, say, like 2 or 3 hours a page. Normally it takes many more hours than that because it's a learning process for us as well. So that also factors into the time commitment required to fulfill this position.
Okay, moving on, we have Senator Reed-Wick.
Akeem handled my inquiry, so I yield my time to the next speaker.
Okay.
Thanks.
Outreach Director Jessica Urquidez.
Yeah, my question was actually the same thing, but another question raised once you had said that. So you're saying that, are you proposing it be a possible hourly pay?
No, not at all. It would just be the most minimum stipend we offer in ASUCR is $110 a month, and it would work the same way that any senator stipend or any director stipend works. I'm just saying, this I was correlating it to design work in the design industry, just like, for example, how GCAP might get paid, just as an example.
I'm just like, I mean, I'm not gonna vote on it or anything, but just some of the concerns is just with my event alone, we have to meet with so many different individuals, and I mean, we have Reem, who's like the Photoshop expert for like our committee, but like, it's kind of like, I don't know how a vice or co-chair would be paying, or what duties would it be more difficult to do that someone like, for example, my co-chair does, when they meet with like several different departments and when we host events and things like that. So my understanding is like, oh, when we host events, it's just one event, as opposed to with marketing, is it because it's several events? So
yes, the biggest thing would be the time commitment. I know we don't keep time schedules or anything like that, but if that was something that was implemented, I guess you can see that very clearly. Just because we're used by nearly every office, that usually there's multiple projects going on, and the events turn out better when you can assign one person kind of management responsibility for that. Of course, there's a hierarchy system where there are checks and balances, but it seems to run quicker and smoother when you can divide responsibilities among more people and provide them with some compensation for the many hours that they have to, say, design work or plan.
Sorry, I have one more question. Is this the same co-chair that has been in charge of marketing this last fall and winter?
Correct, yes.
And do you think that they have shown, I don't want to say, what's the word, I'm looking for a word, like,
Merit?
a high standard where they're
Yeah, so like I'm saying, currently my vice chair is working without a stipend. This is just something I've taken upon myself because I understand even for future years of this office, to have a vice chair that's very prominent and involved. I want to make sure that they can receive some compensation for their time. But like I said, I can actually forward this to you as well. Or if you
Yeah, I
want
was
to
gonna
go
say, I
to the
didn't
third
get it,
page.
unfortunately.
Yeah, I just handed it to Senate. I apologize for that. If you want to go to the third page, Manuel, it just lists some of the work he's done this year. And once again, the bulk has been design work. So if anyone finds it necessary, I can provide a portfolio of the exact designs that Kim and I have worked on this year.
Yeah, I think, just because I'm not familiar with his work, but I just know like with marketing, like for my events or like if anything, when I was trying to reach out, like I wasn't too familiar with it, so I just don't know his work. But I mean,
Right.
I
we operate as an entire office, so like I can also break down, for example, specific events, who did what. But normally we operate as a committee, so I would have my immediate committee whose responsibilities are assigned to different things. For example, on campus event organizing, social media, or by campaign, and then that's managed by a vice chair and myself, who dictate and split responsibilities between us.
Okay. Next on the speakers list, we have Senator Sunshine.
Hi, so I can see why this stipend is needed, and I think we can all see how much marketing plays a big role in making our events successful. And so I was just wondering, why did it take so long to bring it to, why are we just hearing about it now? What was the process before? What did that look like?
Okay, last quarter, unfortunately, I had class conflicts which wouldn't allow me to attend the hearing. And because of the nature of, I needed to vouch for, at least in fall quarter, I had to vouch for the responsibilities of this position from last year. There wasn't really anyone that could go in my place. I was told that that wouldn't be a concern and that I would, that whenever that was passed, that the position would receive back pay. So it would be okay, should the stipend be established. That's not the case and that's fine. This quarter, I finally was able to excuse myself from class because there's only the 2 spots per week when ASUCR members can go for finance hearings. And it was already tabled earlier this quarter, and then I signed up for the next available one where I can make it where, because like it also coincides with the first 20 minutes of my class, so I just got to make sure I don't have a quiz or attendance being taken in the class to attend the finance hearing. So I already went earlier this quarter, and it was tabled for the same reasons, but then I did my research with the bylaws, the Constitution, and how what the power Senate has versus the Finance Committee, and that's why I brought it up again. It was tabled again, and now I'm bringing it to Senate because I found out what Senate is allowed to do in these situations.
Okay, great, thanks. And then with how active we've been asking you for a lot, and I know that the workload has been a lot, and so like I appreciate the work that you've been doing, and I appreciate the work that this individual has been doing as well. And so I was wondering, like what. Like if you were going to be able to expand your office because of the stipend, because I know that there's like a lot of different work that goes into marketing, like photography and a lot of professional stuff that like I personally don't know about that well. And so I know you might need like more hands-on, and I think expanding the office is a great thing because it gets more students involved and creates more opportunities and allows for us to be able to foster events better. So will having the stipend allow for the growth of your...
Right, of course, and I wouldn't be coming up to Senate if that wasn't the situation. Just in the case of finding good designers, I would say my vice chair is a pretty skilled designer because he also does this outside of ASUCR, and he gets paid for that work. So just by having currently, I feel like I have a good designer, and by offering a small stipend, I can be that much more confident in his ability to spend more time on ASUCR related projects and dedicate more hours to the position. And the reason why I've left the bylaws as they stand in accordance with, say, any other vice chair's bylaws is because I also want to give some discretion to future marketing directors to gauge what would be best spent with a stipend and vice chair position. It is up to the director, so perhaps one year they feel that the vice chair should really focus on design work, and offering a stipend for that would be beneficial. Perhaps in the future they might want to focus on reaching out and marketing to the campus at large, And maybe that, the vice chair could focus on that while the director focuses on in-office projects. So there's a lot of leeway for the marketing director to utilize a stipended staff member.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, just to prevent conversation going from this back and forth, we'll limit it to just one question per speaker. So next we have Personnel Director Ashley Hirano.
I just would like to comment on this. I really wish that the email was sent to me because I feel like I would have had a conversation more privately with you. But because this is a situation, this is where I'm unfortunately going to have it. I had 2 events planned for the Chancellor's Committee on Sexual Harassment and Sexual Violence Prevention. And I did meet with you a month before the first event to talk about the designs for it. I was unhappy with the work that your committee gave to me, and I ended up making my own flyer with the help of Lori because I saw that you didn't start working on the design for my flyer until Monday night when I needed the flyer on Wednesday afternoon. And so obviously, since it's my first event, my first committee that I was able to start with the help of other faculty and other students, it was really important to me that the flyer looked nice, and that's why I just did it myself because I hadn't gotten it yet. And for my second flyer, it ended up being made what looked like clip art, and I got that the night before I needed to hand them out. And so I asked some students in the office what they thought that the flyer was advertising for, and it looked like a dinner. It didn't look exactly like how I had envisioned it, but it again was received the night before my event needed to be advertised on Wednesday at noon. So I'm not sure if, I'm sure the student is a skilled designer, but I don't know if he should be paid for this next quarter just based on the work that I've experienced with him. I don't know if he is deserving of that stipend, and I don't know if he's the one in particular that worked on my committee event, or if that's just someone else in our committee. But if he is the one that helped advertise my events, I would say that I disagree with him getting a stipend in the next quarter, just because I did give a month in advance warning of my committee events, and I did meet with the marketing committee in the 3rd week of February, just because it was an issue of mine to get it up there. And so I do hate to have to say this in front of everyone, but I think it is important to show like the other side of it.
Sure.
So I apologize for having to bring it up in this situation.
No, no need to apologize. Luckily, I write everything down so I can pick up what you were referring to. Unfortunately, yeah, so I do have meeting minutes from when we spoke, I believe it was 3 weeks prior to your event. Before I forget, I just wanted to touch on the second flyer. Per our emails, you requested that the flyer for your movie premiere be done only in one color, so you can print them off on color paper.
Yeah.
So if it looked like clip art, it's because I could only use black graphics, which are clip art normally, and so that's why the flyer came out like that. To have more images or to have more drawings would have made it look more professional, but because we were sticking to only black copies, that's what happened. And I believe you, when I sent it to you, not having revisions, so I apologize if it looked like clip art, but we are more than happy to revise anything that you're not comfortable with. In addition, just from that week, I apologize. I know there have been instances where our timeline is pretty tight. You stated that you needed these flyers for the actual tabling, which I said that I could definitely have them for when you want to table. So it was not an issue. The way I prioritized the workload for the committee was that this was not an issue where you were going to be passing out flyers before Wednesday at noon when we're tabling. So as long as, my impression was as long as you had the flyers before your volunteers were outside the bell tower, that it would be acceptable.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm going to comment. I wouldn't have been able to look at them if you gave them to me Tuesday morning, because I saw you working on them Monday at 5 when I was leaving the office, and so I wouldn't have been able to approve them. I wouldn't have been able to look them over to see if this is exactly what I had wanted. So if you are talking about the high standard of it, you should be able to ask the person who's putting on the event if they approve.
Of course. Yeah, and in the future, if you need more days to approve it, that's definitely okay. That's something I should keep in mind. Usually the printing vendor that we worked with your quantities would have had it done within the day. So I assume that Tuesday or Monday night through Tuesday morning would have been enough time to do any revisions or anything of that nature. And just also something to keep in mind, during that same week, there were a couple different things we were working on in the office as well. One was working with Fernando's business development interns. I was just recently introduced to them that week. So I had 2 or 3 meetings that in that 2-week period to find out how to incorporate them into the office, which eventually actually became into joining up with Jason's event for Project DTR. So I was talking a lot with them. Another thing we were doing in that week was Meet ASUCR/Meet the Senate event, which included our, I believe, Jackie and Christian coming to marketing meetings to discuss how their event should look like, whether or not they should have a whiteboard, what type of marketing materials they should have. We had the Sexual Assault Committee flyer, which was your event. Also, that's the week we started to design a cover photo for the office to put on Facebook, which actually we had up for last month, which highlights the pertinent events coming up for ASUCR. So I had to use my vice chair and committee members to work with internal affairs and external affairs to compile a list of what events are going to go up on our Facebook. That was also the week where we delivered the elections logo. I believe I can pull up the email for the exact date around that time, but I did know that I met with Stephanie for that as well. And we were working on the GCAP brochure with Christian, along with the planning for the on-campus resource fair. So like I said, I definitely apologize. I don't think it's okay to only have 2 days before the event. Unfortunately, given that particular week, that's how I explain my thought process of prioritizing the workload. In my head, perhaps I should have communicated better that you would get the opportunity to revise the design if necessary, but Monday evening was the time I could make to start making your flyer, as my vice chair was preoccupied with other projects. So if you were displeased with that, I really apologize.
We'll try to keep the answers a little bit quicker, just to keep the conversation moving forward.
Mr. Chairman, could you, so how much time was allotted for the finance committee report?
There was no set amount of time, but there can, if need be, I can set a speaker's limit.
No, I'm not asking for the time, but I believe he's asking for some money for his guy, and we need to decide if we're going to give it to him or not.
But I think that's conversation whether to make it.
I'm going to bring up the time. Next, actually, if you wanted a final comment, did you?
I do want to make one final comment. I understand that is a lot of events, 6 events is a lot for you to handle, but you do have a committee and you do have your vice chair, and if you feel that your vice chair should be paid for it, I don't really understand why you can't take on 2, he can't take on 2, and your committee takes on the other ones. I honestly would have been fine if your committee had done my flyer. I mean, I wasn't expecting anything crazy. I was telling you that I wanted it to be really simple, to the point, talk about dating violence. Like, I just wanted it to be like impactful in that way. So I wasn't expecting anything crazy. So I feel like because you are asking for money for it, I don't really understand why your vice chair should be paid at this moment for the spring quarter.
Okay. And
Continuing on with the speakers list, I think it might be more beneficial to just hear from the other speakers, so I can allow you to wrap it up.
Can you get 30 seconds?
I'm sorry, I just feel that keep the discussion moving forward, so we'll hear from Senator Herman second.
Hello everybody, so I kind of, just first know, I kind of don't really like the personal attacks that are going on today, just saying that off the bat. However, I kind of have a different view on all of this, kind of more of a comparative approach. There are a lot of positions, there's a lot of committee positions that are being paid in various offices, and it's comparatively, it's hard to say who does more work. However, Ravine, I was going to ask whether you were, whether you know about the position called ASUCR Historian. They are also a paid position in ASUCR, and they get paid $110. I'm not entirely sure why people are snapping, but they get paid $110 a month, and they have 5 duties. The duties read: attend all ASUCR events and take pictures, keep photos of all events and albums and labeled appropriately, arrange for an all-Senate picture to be taken, keep a copy of all minutes in a binder, perform all other duties as prescribed by the President and or the Student Senate, In my opinion, I believe that maybe this position should be under your office. To me, it seems like marketing. I believe that this position was in the bylaws and in our constitution before your office was created. So I know this is currently under Nafi's office, so I think I would encourage, rather than creating a new position, having a new stipend position, maybe we try combining the job duties of your position with the historian and rather move it under your office. So what do you think of that? It's just an idea I just came up with right now.
Yeah, actually, so there's a variety of ways that this can be taken on. Another reason was I believe we had a verbal understanding over summer that we would be in charge of appointing or finding or taking care of a historian.
Sorry, Raveen, we'll just kind of move through the speaker. Was that a direct question to Raveen?
Yeah, so I've actually, what I want to say is that I wanted to actually direct that to both Nafi and Raveen. If Nafi would want to respond to that, I would love it. So I just want their input to kind of, move this conversation forward in some direction.
So when it was brought up to me, I actually think that it would be a good idea to just merge it, and that's why I actually suspended indefinitely the person that was in that position, and I do think that it should merge into the other position.
Yeah, and then what I was going to say was I was not aware that that position was appointed or in place in the office, and meanwhile a lot of those responsibilities in terms of keeping albums and organizing pictures, I do that. Covering event photography for ASUCR events is split up between me and my vice chair already, so that's just another additional responsibilities. We do things that aren't explicitly in the bylaw, just for the overall office.
Okay. Continuing on with the speakers list, we have Elections Director Stephanie Rose, and then Senator Jason Ramirez, then Senator Colette King, and last, our Vice President of Finance, Senator Shin.
I actually agree with Herman's idea. I think that's a great idea. And the reason being is I do think that by you paying your vice chair, it does set a precedent for other directors. So, I mean, I have a great vice chair down there, Senator Jason Ramirez. He does a lot for the Elections Committee. I know Ashley and Jessica have been talking about what their committee chairs do as well. So I do see this as being somewhat problematic because, I mean, we can't go into each director committee and see which vice chair does what and which one deserves a pay. It's just something that I think the voting members should consider because you are asking for payment for one vice chair when there are 4 directors with vice chairs.
And the only way
So we'll continue along the speakers list with Senator Jason Ramirez.
I just want to say a couple of things. Raveen, initially, I think you were doing a great job. I mean, when you and me were talking, I think we got along really well, and you promised me a lot of things that I think were great and amazing. However, when it came to elections, unfortunately, I mean, I don't want to throw Stephanie on the bus or anything like that, but when we're discussing, there were some things that just were not delivered, unfortunately, in a timely manner. I think Colette also knows kind of what we're talking about in terms of a video that we want to kind of get out to the student public. And well, also with Project DTR, I mean, I have the CC'd emails that you've been on for a couple weeks now, and I've asked you for some help, and you've kind of given me verbal help, and you actually told me yesterday at 11:04 a.m. that you'll have a logo for me, and at 12:30, we were done with our meeting, and I still had nothing, and when you said that you were going to come to my meeting, and as much as I would love to, support your position, your vice chair's position or anything like that, I have not seen any deliverables that would prove to me that I should do that. Unfortunately, that's how I feel right now. I mean, if you have a response, I mean, at the end of this, if you have a response, I'd love to hear it. But, I mean, at the moment, I just cannot see me voting or in favor of any position just because I've not seen anything. And it's been a couple weeks since, we've talked. And, I mean, I don't know if anybody else on the speaker list wants to say anything else about that, but I'll wrap it with just that.
Okay. Senator Colette King.
I believe that was, he asked me to respond.
Did you ask him?
At the end, it's
Okay.
fine.
Okay, I will continue with Senator Colette.
Hello. I'm very hesitant to speak upon this because I know in the past I have spoke about marketing and it didn't go as planned. So I'm going to try my best to say everything I need to say eloquently. Being on the elections committee, I had a project which was the video project, which Jason had mentioned before. I know there were some complications that you had mentioned, Ravine, so I mean, after this, you can speak to me. Unless you want to speak to Jason first and then me, that's fine. I know that you stated that you wish you had known more in advance. However, I do believe I gave you enough time in advance to know about the video, and even when everything was complete, the execution was absolutely horrible. Because not only did the video not ever appear in an email that we had promised to students, I think in one of the emails we did say look out for a video, which is a little embarrassing when there isn't a video coming out anytime soon. Actually, it just never came out. And the fact that we weren't ever told that the video was not finished, I think was the straw that broke the camel's back. Because something I would like to touch upon that Ashley had said, and I would like to also make a comment that whatever Ashley said was not a personal attack, but a factual story. And what she had said was that you shouldn't have given it to her right before her committee, what her committee was planning to do. And I know that you gave a very eloquent excuse. However, that doesn't mean you shouldn't have updated her on the fact that you were running behind on things. And that was the main concern that I had with the video. It's not that the video wasn't complete, but that there was no updates on the video not being complete. There were no updates that you were running behind, because every time that we messaged you, or I had Stephanie message you, you said that would be done today. And then the next day you said it'll be done today. And so it's things like this that don't give marketing a very good look. And it makes me kind of sad, because I know that marketing has produced many great things. And I know marketing can still produce many great things. However, there has been a stigma placed upon marketing because of many of these projects falling under. And so I'd like to also mention one more thing, where you said you were working on the elections logo. I actually created that elections logo on my phone because there was never an elections logo made. If you're referring to elections logo that was made last year that you made, it was made last year. So you can't really count that as something that was done this year. What?
There was an elections logo made.
Okay, wait. You wanted another one made.
He did create an elections logo. The video was never produced.
Wait, when was that? Was that sent to me?
No, he posted it on the ASUCR Facebook.
Okay. Next time, can you just send that to me so I can post that on the elections committee? Thank you. Yeah, I guess just more communication, because there's just been a lot of things that have been communicated, such as that logo. I would have liked to have that logo, but thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Colette. We have, all right, is there any other hands that want to speak? I'll take them now, and then I'm closing the speakers list. Okay, so I have Senator Jackie Jacoby. I'll be able to wrap up with last comments.
Just one clarification.
Sure.
Just to kind of gauge the temperature in the room, make sure that you direct your statements towards the chair, not the individual, just to make sure that we're more consistent with that.
You're all supposed to address the chair.
Not really. But yeah, you direct, technically according to Robert's Rules of Order, you direct your comments.
You need to use third-party pronouns.
Third-party pronouns.
Point of clarification.
Yes.
We also have a closed session tonight, so if there's other issues that aren't affecting the vote, if there's just things that we need to communicate, we could also discuss those when there isn't a gap.
Well, closed session will be for a very specific reason. I think I'll probably cap discussion at that.
Is it possible to move it to closed session?
This is part of this finance committee. We're still underneath the motion to approve the finance allocation.
So I'll, okay, so we have the list of the speakers, so I'll follow up with it now. And since I didn't see any other hands, the speakers list will be effectively closed. Senator Ringley.
Hey everyone, I just wanted to clarify that Herman's comment, I believe, that was made about personal attacks, was not necessarily about one individual attacking another person, but I think he was trying to talk about the logical fallacy of ad hominem, instead of attacking the person who's like working and who may not be getting the graphics out in time, or who may not be giving you like the quality of graphics that you need, or etc. I think that this conversation should really be geared towards the idea of whether or not that chair does enough work and whether they should be paid in the future. And I understand that they will be paid, if this does pass, then they'll be paid for this quarter. But I do think that our attention should be shifted towards whether they generally deserve to be paid or not because of the work that they're expected to do that is within their bylaws. I also wanted to say that I supported the idea that Herman brought up because I had spoken to Ravine about it like a week or two ago, and I was hoping that we can hopefully shift our direction towards
romance.
Lights up.
Towards having a party tonight, right now. Just kidding. Towards turning the lights on so I can continue speaking.
This is kind of awkward.
Yeah, but I think it would be a good time to talk about a solution. And I definitely am in support of the idea that Herman proposed. Thanks.
Thank you. Now, before continuing with the rest of the speakers list, I do all want to float across the idea that this is something that can be implemented for maybe the next year. Because I do agree with what Senator Reed is saying, it's about the expectations of the position, not necessarily the performance of however any of us may feel about it this year.
You mean next year or next quarter?
Next year.
He's saying it can also be.
He's proposing for this quarter.
Yeah, so for the 2015, 2016, I did it here. And so we would table it for discussion. But I'm going to allow the speakers list to continue forward. Next, we have Vice President of Finance, Irish Chambers.
Okay. I just wanted to give like a background of reasoning why my committee did not grant this stipend. It's not because we thought the vice chair is undeserving of a stipend. From the 3 pages that were being proposed, I think, or we're more than willing to grant the vice chair a stipend for the work that he has put in. However, it's for the same reasoning that this was tabled last time. It's because of procedure. He has to go through LRC first. And Mama, can you pull up the email I sent you? Yeah, Teresa just sent me an email that she would like you all to read. Okay, so it's I'll just read it out loud. Hello Iris, I knew that Ravine was going to ask Senate to override the Finance Committee's decision for a stipend if it was turned down. Both the Finance Committee and I have explained the process to establishing a stipend. The marketing bylaw needs to be updated justifying the stipend and approved by LRC. Once the duties are updated with increased responsibilities, funding can be obtained by the Finance Committee. Ravine would like the stipend funded as stated below, and per our bylaws, he can appeal to Senate for funding. Our bylaws state that there shall be no deletion or addition of stipend positions except at the end of the fiscal year unless the Senate deems appropriate. My concern is that curtailing the process will set precedent of establishing stipends or increasing stipends with no justification. If Senate deems the stipend appropriate, Finance does not need to have an emergency meeting. Basically, Senate is overriding the Finance Committee decision. And that's it.
Okay. And last, Outreach Director Jessica Arquidez, and then I'll allow Ravine.
Oh, I yield my time to her.
Okay. I just actually had a point of clarification or actually inquiry, I don't know exactly. But I guess now I have time, so I'm just going to ask it. I believe in Teresa's email you just read, I believe you said that it said that you can only add or delete stipend positions at the end of the year. Was that stated in there?
Yes,
it's in the bylaws.
It's in the bylaws.
Okay, I believe, didn't Abraham earlier this year add 2 positions that were
He went to
stipend?
LRC and then.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay, and finally, I will allow Ravine, if you want to have a few final thoughts.
Sure. Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna also respond to some comments, but please note that I'm not saying this out of any malice. I just want to make sure everyone's on the same page. I believe I've always spoken with individuals, but if the vibe seems to be to notify everyone as a group, I'm more than willing to do that. So please just keep that in mind. In addition, like I said, we're not professional designers per se. Like by profession, I'm an engineering major that takes up a substantial amount of time. He's a business major. So our backgrounds aren't professionally in design. However, this is something we enjoy doing and we spend time on it outside, outside of our other responsibilities. So it does take a considerable amount of time. Just to start with, Ashley, you stated to share 6 projects with 6 members. Unfortunately, the way my office is currently designed, as I see it to be the most beneficial, is that we have 3 committee members who have isolated responsibilities. They have particular responsibilities, and then those are managed by a vice chair and marketing director. So I can't really just give any one committee member a project. And then Jason, as far as your logo goes, I really apologize. I do work in Fullerton through the week as well, and just coming back from that, it was what was late. We actually do have 3 drafts of your logo made. My vice chair did show it to me, and I believe a couple, like Green was there at today's marketing meeting. There were 2 to 3 drafts made. Sean was there as well. I just don't have the actual copy, but I'm trying to get that to send it to you. But there's 2 to 3 different drafts of it that say Project DTR in a variety of styles. And then Colette, as far as the logo goes and communication, through the video process, which I will explain, and the logo and the deadline flyer, I have been in contact at least through text with Stephanie at least every day, just regarding any situations that have come up. If you, this isn't on, that would help. If you feel like it would be more beneficial to email out the entire elections committee every single time, I can do that as well. But just from my understanding, it was just like one director to another director, just talking about the things we have to deliver. So the election logo was delivered. I texted it and emailed it to Stephanie. I believe that was done in 2 different versions as well. So now for the video. The video was pretty problematic for a variety of reasons. And the only reason I'm spending time here briefly to explain that is because it was brought up here. First of all, one was the notion that we had enough time to look over. Yes, it was true that we knew that a video, there was a video that elections wanted to be to make. And so on Monday the 19th was, I believe, January 19th was when Jackie finished the script for the video. However, as per mine and Stephanie's conversation, we were going to wait on you to provide marketing committee with the script for that, and that wasn't sent till February 2nd. So after that script was sent, we had met with Danny and contacted Danny once I actually saw the script to do the writing for it. And there was a dance competition for one of my other responsibilities. I also dance on the dance team that has been pre-planned for a couple months, where I was flying out to Chicago on that weekend. So the initial meeting date was to meet on Wednesday to do the drawings. Unfortunately, I had work and I was unable to go to that meeting, so I rescheduled it just an hour back on, Thursday. It was supposed to be Thursday at 1. We scheduled it Thursday at 2. Stephanie was aware of that. And we were under the impression that the illustrator would spend 4 or 5 hours working on it, as I had a flight to catch that night. It took over 7 or 8 hours. I'd skipped 2 classes to stay as well because I was the only one with keys to the office. There were a variety of reasons. But long story short, the illustrations were all done, and next was making it. I had to take my laptop there because I had a plane to catch. I couldn't finish it that night or that weekend due to my dance competition. When I got back from the weekend, I began to work on it, and I actually communicated all of this to Stephanie, and we kind of had an understanding, I think, about what was happening with the video. I included screenshots, but basically the illustrations were split up into 50 clips, okay? Each of these are extremely long clips, and from what I said in the text messages, my computer's pretty new and pretty fast, affording like a real powerhouse to make these videos and work with HD footage is kind of expensive. However, my laptop's still pretty new, but given what this video wanted was speeding up all the illustrations to match with about 2 minutes of narration. So the narration was there, I had to speed up the videos. That process took an extremely long time with technical difficulties. So what I had to do first of all was take one clip, find out how many seconds of narration that clip would fall under, and this was both pencil drawn and then colored in, right? So to speed up the clips, I had to hit something around anywhere from 20,000 to 40,000% fast forward, and at that point, my computer wouldn't render these clips properly. So I was unable to work on multiple clips in one project. And what happened within each clip as well, let's say that one drawing was supposed to take 9 seconds of narration. However, from the illustrator speed, it takes more time to pencil than to draw, right? So now I need to make sure that if I speed up the entire clip, it won't end up being 8 seconds of pencil drawing and 1 second of illustration. So that needs to be, then I have to go into that clip and adjust it as well to make sure like, hey, you know, maybe there should be 4 seconds of actual drawing and 6 seconds of coloring so people see what the picture looks like. So all of these take a long time, and now add on to the fact that my computer is fairly new and fairly powerful, but it cannot handle that fast, like that level of fast forwarding per clip. So the alternative was to find the exact timings and percentages for each of the 50 clips, save each of them individually, and then keep bringing them back into it and incorporating them into the project. So that took an extremely long time, given that, that I'm already at another responsibility. And even through the week, I was trying to do it, but I just had to explain the situation where I don't think this video was going to be able to be finished just because of the technical challenges this proposed. And I did text all of this with pictures and with explanations. It was like 15 texts or so. So I apologize if that wasn't communicated to the committee, but that's where I was coming from. And I mean, once again, it's not an attack whatsoever. I was just kind of explaining my side.
Okay. Sorry, Election Director Stephanie Rose.
I was just going to say that maybe this could be discussed in a private matter. I think what's significant here were the concerns brought up about whether the stipend should be approved or not. I think that any discussion of who did what and who did not do what should be held in a private matter. We can discuss elections later. I'm sure you can communicate with Ashley for her issues as well.
That's fine. And the only reason I brought them up was because they were presented.
President Pro Tem Board Deputy Plaza.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the allocation.
Okay. Motion to approve the, actually, can we specify a little bit on the allocation just for the purpose of the minutes?
On the vice chair stipend.
On the vice chair stipend.
Okay.
Motion to approve marketing vice chair stipend. Okay, were there any other points or motions on the floor at this time? Senator King Brown, did you have something that you want? Okay. Seeing no other points or motions on the floor at this time, I will take President Pro Tem Board Deputy Plaza's motion to approve the marketing vice chair stipend. Do I have a second? Second by Senator Delaney Koenig. All those in favor of approving the stipend? All those opposed? And abstain. Okay, my vote is 6-4-3.
That's 2.
6-4, no, there's 3. There's 3.
You're overriding.
It's a simple. Okay, well, okay, by a simple majority, the stipend passes. It's a simple majority to overrule finance allocation. Powers Director Jessica Arquines.
So does that mean that if anything is presented to finance and it's tabled or not approved, that someone can come to Senate and?
The aggrieved party has to show up to be able to make the case.
And the bylaw that it was referencing was the stipend.
So the bylaws will be reflected in concordance with the decision that was set here tonight.
Point of clarification. This, once again, if anyone has any issues, I'm more than happy to work with you. If there's any suggestions on how to improve my workflow, I'd be happy to listen to them. The past couple projects I referenced, it there were external conflicts, so I can explain those. So please come up and speak to me if there's any issues whatsoever.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I would ask that we do a revote.
I was just gonna say, can we like vote again? I feel like no one knew what they were.
Okay, well, a motion, I'm sorry, you'd be asking for a motion to reconsider.
I'm moving to reconsider.
Okay, Senator Keene Brown, since you were from the majority party, then that motion is in order. Okay, so I will continue to open up the floor for discussion before I take that motion. If there are. Yeah, you need a second.
Point of inquiry, I was gonna ask, if this was not approved, then would there be able to be a motion for the historian to fall under Ravine's office for that to be approved tonight as well, or would that have to go through, LRC first?
Wait, I'm sorry, one second.
It would have to go through LRC.
That's,
Right.
As far as parliamentary procedure goes, that's definitely going through LRC.
yeah.
Okay.
So we have a motion on the floor.
And I would be willing to take hands for further discussion.
For a second.
If there,
We need a second before.
okay, then I'll,
Wait for the second?
For the second. okay, we'll need a second before we continue with discussion for the parliamentary procedure.
Oh, I second.
Okay, seconded by Outreach Director Jessica Urquidez. Before we continue with the vote, I will take a couple of hands, so.
Wait, you don't need to discuss.
You don't, there's no discussion request? Okay.
Yeah, if you guys just want to rediscuss,
Okay.
you have to approve this first.
Okay. Okay, then there will be a reconsideration of the vote by Senator Keene Brown, seconded by Outreach Director Jessica Urquidez.
Objection. I don't understand why there should be a reconsider vote right after we just took a vote. I'm a little confused.
That's exactly what you're supposed to do.
That's what you're supposed to do. It was hastily, and I don't think everybody was really sure about the vote.
The exact definition,
doing
everybody
this,
wasn't sure.
like the whole time, so.
I think I voted the wrong thing.
Okay, now, just to be clear, an abstention does not mean a no. It does not count towards the total. So if you abstain, that means your vote is not considered in the total amount of yes or no.
I have a query. So this is voting to overrule finance?
Yeah, no.
No, it's actually a reconsideration of the motion, so I'll actually restate the motion right now that was previously made. The motion we are reconsidering is to approve the marketing vice chair finance stipend. So by voting,
To establish the stipend.
to establish the
The
stipend.
allocations are done through finance, all
Right.
Senate can do is establish the stipend.
To establish a stipend for the marketing vice chair. So if you vote in favor, you are approving of the establishment of the stipend. All right, now if there are any further questions or inquiries, we can continue with the vote as motion by Senator. No, you still have to, no, you still have to have it. You still have to try to work over this meeting, the majority votes.
Yeah, for the motion.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's no discussion. Okay, so moving forward with the vote, please. I'm sorry, yes. Yeah, there's good.
So how will this vote affect the proposition that Herman brought up if senators are willing to talk about that idea and not have the stipend be an actual thing?
So can I just say something?
Yeah.
So this motion to reconsider is just gonna undo the last vote. So it's not gonna really be like you're voting for it or against it again. It's just going back into discussion. So that's all this vote is on.
I know, but
And
I'd
then
like
if
to
this
know
vote fails, then it'll be approved and we're gonna continue the meeting.
I can respond to that question.
We'll, if we're going back into discussion.
To answer what pathways would do to the historical thing.
It doesn't do anything.
Right. What I was saying was, in that
So
position.
we're just gonna go ahead and, right, as our parliamentarian noted, this will not do anything to affect, this will simply just,
We're speaking on the Q's motion.
right, speaking on the King's motion. So this will just undo the previous vote, we'll move back into discussion. So motion by Senator Keene Brown, seconded by Outreach Director Jessica Urquidez. All those in favor of motion to reconsider? Yes.
This motion to reconsider.
This motion will move back to the discussion.
If you vote yes, you would like to discuss it.
You'd like to
If you
discuss
vote no, then you will vote. Yeah.
To reconsider.
You cannot object to a motion to reconsider. You must continue with the motion. There's a second, now there's a vote on the floor.
Thank you. Okay.
This is just to go back into discussion.
Okay, moving forward with the vote. All those in favor of reconsideration? To move back into discussion in case there's any further confusion on that. All those opposed? And abstain. Okay, by a vote of 11-0, the reconsideration passes. All right, discussion has been reinstated. I will take hands and then I will close the speakers list. Okay, so first I have Senators Summer Schaefer. I'm sorry.
Devin.
All right, Devin first, Senator Summer Schaefer, our restricted district Martinez.
Fernando.
Jackie was out a long time ago.
Yeah, I was like.
Senator Jackie Jacoby.
Fernando, then Herman.
Do you have your hand up, Senator Jackie Jacoby?
Nope.
Okay. Is that all?
Yeah, that's all.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we'll begin with President Pro Tem for different policy.
I know a lot of the confusion was with establishing historian under marketing, and we can't vote on that tonight. If Ravine and if Nafi want to work on the bylaws and establishing historian under marketing, LRC would be happy to look at it next quarter. So that's something, I just want everyone to keep in mind that that's something we can't discuss tonight, and we can't vote on that. And we can discuss that at a later date.
Great, thank you. Senator Summer Schaefer.
Yeah, I'll keep this brief, but I just wanted to say why I was approving the previous motion, and it's because, not because of what marketing has done this year or will be doing this year, it's because of what I hope to see the growth in this office have, and I think that by creating an incentive for someone in marketing committee where there is a lot of work to be done, it could solve the issue of the inability for one person to carry on a lot of the projects that have been happening. That is not an excuse. I think that, you know, like that's the job as well, and the job should be followed in that accordingly. But the reason that I voted to approve this was not because of the work being done this year, but because of the future that I see for this director committee and this office, and so that was why. And so I just wanted to bring that up.
Okay. Continue on. Our restricted district Higgins.
I just wanted to address the fact that this opens the door for other co-chairs or vice chairs. So being the fact that I have 10 events that go on every quarter, and I meet with 9 different departments, and that's for each 10 events, so I have 90 different meetings. And it just kind of sets precedent for other additional stipends asked. And that's something that we're overruling the Constitution. So I just want to understand that, like, there is a possibility of me also rewriting my bylaws and asking for a stipend for my co-chair because of the fact that I feel that my committee does a lot of work as well. And I do think that, you know, last minute, there's some times where I have to delegate you can talk my committee, they have the meeting without me there. They planned the whole spring event, so I'm gonna actually comment, that's what my report is on. So unfortunately, like, I think that it does open the door, and I do wanna allow Senate to know that there is a possibility of me also asking for a stipend, just based on the fact that, you know, there's a lot of work that my committee does. I already go above and beyond. You can talk to all of the ethnic and gender programs, you can talk to pro staff, you can talk to, even the chancellor and the vice chancellor have commented on the fact that there's so many different outreach events, there's so many different funding, it's a lot of outreach that is new, there's new organizations that are getting funding, we're getting funding from the vice chancellor, we're getting funding from different donations, we're adding new programs, there's a lot of different things that we're doing that has not been done in the past, where I think it's. Wait, can I still talk? Sorry, I just didn't know there was a lot of slight chatter. So I just wanted everyone to know that I will be willing. I know Ravine had also, when I had spoken to him during the first time, because I was the first person to speak, I had asked, and he said he would be willing to present a portfolio. I'm more than willing to present a portfolio for all the things that have been happening in my committee. I can't say that, you know, it was my committee specifically, or that things that I can now be delegating to them if it's a paid position, but everything that goes under my office would, I think that it would also be deserving for possible stipend increase or stipend existing now for other positions.
Thank you, Jessica. Currently on the speakers list, we have Fernando Chavarria, Herman Senga, Keith Brown, Stephanie Rose, Rudy Todd, and last Vice President Snyder Shecht. If there are no other hands, I will close the speakers list, and we will continue. All right, Fernando Chavarria.
So I was just going to comment. I think I agree with Jessica that there is a need for us to be cautious with opening up the door to giving money to other positions. But at the same time, I think there's also a need to financially analyze our institution. Because I have positions under my office that are paid stipend that I don't necessarily think should be necessarily paid stipends. And I think it's really analyzing like where our money's going, how we want to use it, what are they going to be the actual requirements and the regulations, the stipulations that actually make it, that should mandate like a stipend be given to an individual. But I think in this case it's very, I think going Herman and Payne's route, taking the historian position which already exists, which already has a stipend, it already has a precedent. Moving that into the marketing and then moving that line item budget into making that his vice chair funding, to fund his vice chair position. I think that is the best route we can go, just because the nature of Ravine's position in marketing already does part of those obligations that are already stated in those bylaws. So I think it would be best to have that conversation and maybe really talk about moving historian, moving the money that's already in Nafi's office, and moving that into the marketing office in order so one, we're not reallocating funding, we're not taking money out of our contingency or reserves, money that's already been allocated to a position since it's suspended indefinitely, and then moving it so that way we're not actually wasting more money or still using more money, and then we're actually just reappropriating our money that way. I think that's the best way to go about the situation. And I would say like, although like some may not feel that he's performing at his best, he did do very well with the Food Truck Festival in Bedful. He's currently finished all my marketing for both events, and I think in consideration we do have to look at this in the long term, not the individual that's sitting in the office currently, but the individuals that will hopefully take the office in the future. And I just think since the historian already exists in those, and we're paying for those duties, that it's probably smart to actually just pay the vice chair. Or if they decide to create another position that mirrors the historian, then maybe we should go that route. And that's really all I have to say about that.
Okay, great, thank you for that. The next on the speakers list is Herman Sager.
Yeah, firstly, I want to apologize for all my objections. I was kind of confused. I think a lot of us were confused though. But yeah, so just kind of one maybe devil's advocate rebuttal to the whole, this sets a precedent to open more paid chair positions in the directors. Well, this Senate ratified the new, or approved the new constitution, which should be ratified by the students, which says that all directors are now in the executive cabinet. And I know that a lot of the executive cabinets have various positions that are stipend, and I would argue just us doing that sets a precedent saying that we believe that those offices should have more stipend positions and that we support those offices growing and showing more support to this campus. So normally before we try changing any bylaws with anybody, we always go to those individuals and ask them, how are you performing at your job and how do you think your job should be performed? Before we were to ever change any senator bylaws, we go ask the Senate. Before you were to change anything, you'd ask them. Nafi has already stated earlier today that there is currently no historian. No historian is getting paid currently. However, those jobs are still there. Those duties are still there, the historian position. And also that he is in agreement that maybe these two positions should be joined. So I believe that this Senate should approve the money finance allocations for the vice chair, just because this is our last Senate meeting. It just so happens to be.
This is an allocation. It's an addition of the stipend.
Yes. So it's an establishment of stipend, and then the bylaws can be changed anytime. They don't have to be ratified by all of the students. We could then go in. There's currently no one getting paid for the historian position. The historian position would also have to be, if Nafi or the president were to appoint a historian, that person would have to be ratified by this Senate. So I think it makes sense for us to create a new paid position under Ravine and then make sure that nobody gets that historian position. And to us, it is saying that we are reappropriating those funds. So that is my opinion. And I would also keep in mind that just because you may believe that someone is not performing their job, you can go to judicial and you can say that they should go up for censure or whatever, so be it. If you don't think a senator is doing your job, if you don't think I'm doing my job, put me up for censure to take me to judicial. So we should hold each other accountable. We shouldn't just view that person not doing their job as that job's fault. And just on a side note, the duties of the historian are going to attending all ASUCR events, and taking pictures. I've seen Ravine doing that, and I've also seen the vice chair doing that. One of the 5 duties of the historian is arranging for Senate pictures to be taken. I know that job was placed on Ravine. He contacted all of us. So I already know that these jobs have kind of already been forced down marketing. So I believe that we should support the new addition for the stipend, and that we should make sure that nobody gets the historian stipend. So essentially continuing the status quo.
Okay. Next we have Senator Dean Brown. Try to keep discussion.
Yeah, no, I was actually going to say the same thing. I'm actually in support of actually the way Fernando has expressed it. I know that this is our last Senate meeting and we're trying to get that done out the way. But I think creating another position, that'd be cool. But if those duties that are already existing for the historian were just assigned over to Ravine's office, I think that would alleviate the problem right there. The only thing we'd have to wait is for you all to get back into session to update the bylaws or coordinate that behind the scenes. But either way, I think the request is warranted. I think the request is merited. I think we do need somebody that's dedicated to doing what the Constitution says as far as a historian. And if your office already does it, I don't see why that position shouldn't be in your office. But again, I understand the other side of the argument too. It could set a precedent where, we're just gonna go ask for money and it's not warranted. But what I would like to see is for us to really truly look at all our financial allocations. Because the highest person in ASPB is making $7,500 and the lowest person is making $4,500, and we all approve the decisions in their finance allocation. So I think that is something that you all want to look into when it comes to changing stipends and how much we're spending, period. Because I think the decisions that we make here on this horseshoe are more important than who's coming for spring splash or winter heat.
Okay. Next we have License Director Stephanie Rose.
I actually was going to comment similarly to what Akeem said about the allocations in general. Something that wasn't mentioned was President Pro Tempore. So LNC Chair, Devin's position does not get paid anything additionally to the other senators. So I do think that maybe we need to look at all of the allocations and see which positions should receive a stipend and which should not. I do have to say though, I do appreciate that you're advocating for your chair. I know when you are a committee chair, you want to defend your committee and you see the work that they put in. So with that being said, I do appreciate you bringing that up. Previously, I mentioned it does set a precedent. I think that's the only other side that the voting members should consider.
Is she at the end of the list?
No, we have a reader thought.
Yeah, thank you all. I think this was a pretty meaningful discussion. Just brief context, with the historian merging thing, that is what I tried to do in the past. It just wasn't working out. I know that to a certain extent we do cover most of the events, like it's not our bylaw to cover each and every event, and once again that's hard without at least some sort of compensation for someone to go out at odd hours and cover every event. We do cover most of the events ASUCR hosts with photography. So my request, actually, the reason I'm here is to establish a stipend for the vice chair. Photography covering is in my bylaws in terms of manage the presence of ASUCR. That's how I interpret it. So I would be more than happy with continuing and putting an added effort on covering events should this stipend get passed, and then just sunsetting and completely removing the historian position at the end of the year and making specific those responsibilities in my bylaws at the same time whenever the next quarter starts and that can be presented. So that's why I'd like to establish this stipend and eventually sunset the historian once the bylaw change can be made. In addition, I keep hearing to caution against setting a precedent for stipend positions, but Stephanie, as you mentioned, we are committee chairs and we do see the work that our committees do. And I feel like if we think it's warranted, and especially as directors, given that we don't cater to one specific need, we cater to categories of what the campus requires, I feel like that is in the same category of perhaps an ECAB member, and seeing as ECAB does have staff to assist them with their projects that do get stipends, I don't think we should caution against setting a precedent. I think if it sets a precedent, then that's completely fine with me. I mean, if you feel like your vice chairs deserve, or the office would do better with stipended staff in director committees, then I personally am not against that. Once again, these stipends you're speaking about are at $110 a month. I mean, that's like, if you count out the hours, that's well under minimum wage. You know, I don't think this is about a financial or monetary thing. I think it's more about showing respect to people that put in time and effort into ASUCR and just letting them know that we want to respect and compensate them in some small way. Yeah, that's all.
Okay. Parliamentary moment to say?
I would just like to comment that the thing about the precedent wasn't mostly about establishing the like positions. Like this time it all worked out. Like if you move a historian to the marketing spot because the responsibilities are the same. But we're not going to be able to do that. Like Jessica, for example, says that she wants the vice chair because there might not be somewhere else in the bylaws that has the responsibilities for it. So that we have to create it. The precedent isn't creating the position. It's going around finance committee's decisions and going around LRC to make it happen. I understand it's the last meeting of the quarter. I don't understand why the rush is where we have to decide it now. It doesn't even have to take effect spring quarter. I feel like the wise thing to do would be for everybody to look at all the stipend allocations and go through LRC and come with a list of bylaw changes for everything instead of trying to rush into it before like the school year finishes. That's all I would say.
I will put out
clarification actually. Point of clarification for that. I wasn't going around finance committee. Just what I was trying to bring the argument to was discussing should finance committee make a vote based on legislative issues, because they said their explicit reason for denying my request was not the fact that he should get a stipend or the amount. They repeatedly said they're fine with both. The only thing they said they had an issue with was that my bylaw responsibilities did not change. So if you want to look at my document, that's the reason I came to Senate instead of finance. They were not in disagreement about the amount or the stipend.
So, Vice President of Finance, Ira Shea, his last of the speakers.
Okay, well, like Irving just said, the point that I guess I'm trying to get across is most of the discussion with my finance committee was not about, you know, if your vice chair was deserving or not of the stipend, but the fact that the proposal for the stipend did not follow the proper procedures. And I think the precedent that I would not like to see for the future is if other directors or if someone else wants a stipend for their chair, they can go straight to Senate and have you all vote for it instead of going to LRC and then going to finance.
Plug information. Yes.
Is this almost similar to what I asked to do earlier on in the quarter?
Pretty much like you and what Abe also did for his stipend.
Right. Okay. With the speakers list closed, we will now move directly into voting session. So at this time, the motion on the floor is whether or not to approve the establishment of the marketing committee vice chair stipend position. So I'll make the motion myself. Do I have a second? Seconded by Senator Delaney Koenig. All those in favor of the establishment of the stipend position? All those opposed? And abstain. All right, by a vote of 5-6-2, the establishment does not pass. Okay, does that conclude the finance report? Okay. All right, continuing on to subsection 2. We have our outreach committee, Jessica Akiva, so I will turn the floor over to her.
Momo, do you mind bringing up the
outreach?
Yes. So I've been talking about the outreach event. I just wanted to again thank Reem and thank my committee for doing an amazing job. They went through all the different meetings that we have planned. We have different contacts. We have different responsibilities and duties. Like I mentioned, I was not able to attend this meeting, so we had an amazing committee that can run itself. And this was just one of the things that we had in mind. So I had 2 events, but I wanted to see if anyone is interested in helping with the planning of the events. I keep asking, and unfortunately, I haven't gotten any interest. But there's different responsibilities, there's different meetings. All of the committee members, this is their first time being a part of ASUCR, but they're more than willing to learn. I think it'd be amazing if we have some senators to help plan the process. Like I had mentioned, this quarter we met Wednesdays at 9, but next quarter we're going to be establishing a meeting time based on everyone's availability. But we're just basically going through having our own outreach event. So there's a lot of different protocols to have the event. This is usually what I do for every single outreach event. We have 10 events that we sponsor a quarter. My understanding was I was hoping to allocate funding from my own hosted events to the funding that would be given to student organizations, but I was told I cannot do that. So now I'm going to have a big, huge outreach event. So that's what we're going to do instead of my original plan. So those are just some things to keep in mind. There's workshop ideas. It's a Google Doc, so if anyone is interested, I can just share it with you. That's also open up to the galley if y'all wanted to come and plan the event. There's a lot of different people that we have in mind that we're already speaking to. So there's meetings set up there. We have people on the committee that are assigned to these things, and then you would just work with that committee member. So that's the only thing for that. So for the second thing, I had an event last week for outreach. I had mentioned it several times. It was the ASUCR Student Life Outreach Workshop. It went amazing. We actually got the organizations to all come out. We had new organizations come out, which has been an amazing turnout this year. We've had more than 15 organizations apply every quarter. Unfortunately, we can only take 10. Another thing that I wanted to mention is last year we had a rollover. This year I don't think we will have a rollover, just based on the amount of events that we're funding and the amount of funding that we're allocating. So there's two different things. But this is a good thing. I definitely, I think Nafi was one of the people who said, like, as long as we're spending money on the students and the students are getting the money given back to them, that's something that is I don't want to be tight. And I mean, I don't want to hold things from the students. I want to give them the same opportunity that we have for hosting events. I work with all of the students, even if they're not able to get the full funding that they request. I make their event happen. Sometimes last quarter I was able to make their event happen at a larger scale than they expected with less of the funds that they had originally asked for. So this is just something that I've been able to gain experience with, so I am willing to help with any event. But just one of the things that I wanted to talk about was the last week's event that I hosted with Student Life. I'm going to actually host it again next quarter as soon as I have the outreach hearing. It's really beneficial if y'all haven't hosted an outreach event. If you wanted to have an outreach event, I think you should actually come. There's a lot of different contacts. We had all departments there. We had risk management, student life, undergraduate admissions, the tour guide, hub scheduling, tabs, EHS. Unfortunately, UCR Meeting wasn't able to be there, but we had grounds. But there was a representative from all of these offices that was able to give a presentation, what steps to take. All of the students who either received funding, they know what steps to take forward now, and if they did not, they know where to start, which would be the application to ASUCR, to myself. I already have been working with a lot of organizations that are planning to apply in the spring. I don't allow them to apply before this deadline or the dates are set, but just know that we already have a lot of interest for the outreach events and outreach applications. So I'm looking forward to those events. I wanted to, again, invite the entire Senate, invite the galley, if anyone is willing to help plan or organize the outreach event for the spring, I would greatly appreciate it. Also for next quarter, we had a lot of interest. We had a lot of different organizations come out for this workshop. So maybe if we had more representation from ASUCR at this other workshop, we call it the ASUCR Student Life Outreach Workshop. So it's just what steps to take after you receive the funding. And it's as easy as learning the process. If you don't know the process, just attending this workshop, you learn it. So that's the whole point. I wanted everyone to be able to apply for this event. I wanted everyone to be able to host their outreach event, whether it be a student, whether it be you have to have a student organization, but we wanted to make sure that if an organization wants to host an event and they've never done it before, they don't know where to start, that they're able to do it. That's something that anyone should be open to doing, and if they don't know how, then I'm going to be willing to show them. I'll offer my committee and just make it accessible to them whenever they want.
I don't
Oh, sorry. Yeah, to you. I'm very much willing to help with this event. So you are still trying to figure out what kind of event? Is that why it says like breakfast question mark and like?
Yeah, so when dealing with these things, it's kind of difficult to plan. I always try to plan in advance, but because it's a quarter in advance and we're planning so ahead, we don't know the amount, like once we make the application, we don't know how many students are gonna apply, so we don't wanna set aside a budget for a certain amount of students and only like half of that amount gets confirmed.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of different strategies that I use when I host events, whether it be a week-long event, whether it be an overnight stay at the dining facility. I'm not dining at the housing facilities. So we can host any type of event. I do feel experienced and knowledgeable, so if we wanted to have an ASUCR, weekend retreat for high schoolers, that's something that I do. I have done with MedChal. We have our summer leadership camp. There's a lot of different ideas that we can bring and we can have hosted for ASUCR, but this is something that I'm helping my committee with. Like I mentioned, they've never been a part of ASUCR. A lot of them have never attended, hosted, or ever, thought of how this event would be taken on. So I'm kind of helping them with the process, and I don't know if it's a little overwhelming for them, but they've always Reem always tells me like, how do you know all these things? But I guess it just comes with the experience of doing it over and over. And the only way to continue this, continue the amazing events is by sharing that knowledge. So that's why I had this workshop, so that way everybody knows what steps to take.
Well, I'm willing to help out.
Yeah,
Can I just come to your outreach?
Yeah, so unfortunately, we don't have any more this quarter,
Right.
but I can include you in the doodle, so that way you'll be able to go, and if not, I can just set the time based on everyone's availability, and then invite you if you wanted to go, and if not, we can always meet separately. For some of the committee members, I meet with them separately, and the departments are also, technically not a part of my committee, but because I plan with them so much, and I meet with them probably like 3 or 4 times a week, we just schedule meetings all the time. But okay, there was one more thing on my committee report, is I'm actually helping Sam and Akeem with an outreach event that's going to be hosted through ASUCR. So from my understanding, it's Sam's project, but as outreach, the fact that it's a project regarding outreach, I'm going to be working with him. We're hoping to get a lot more senators involved. We're also hoping to get admin, so that way we are able to have this event as large scale as we want it to be. So if you wanted to be included in it, I don't want to take credit. So I'm going to yield 5 minutes, 2 minutes. Okay, good. I was giving you a little extra time.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. Just real quickly, Sam and I know a guy, his name is Myron Roll. He's a Rhodes Scholar. Very intelligent guy. He's going to be a neurosurgeon one day. His mentor is Dr. Ben Carson. For those of you who don't know, he's the first guy to perform some crazy brain surgery. He did it first. He also separated the Siamese twins, and they're still living today. Well, I thought it'd be a great idea that UCR promote color in the health and environmental sciences. So, because a lot of young people of color may not be aware that those are routes that they can travel. They may not have the encouragement or the resources. So I think it'll be an opportunity for ASUCR and our campus to get involved to promote that. So we want to bring Myron here and host some great events. And another way we promote our medical school. So we're hoping collaboration from the medical school, some of the individual colleges, particularly the health and environmental sciences. Because and the last thing, we believe that the STEM, the environmental health, and all of those things are being important in the 21st century. Not everybody's going to go and be a lawyer. So it's good to know more about the environment. It's good to know how to take care of yourself. It's good to know how to take care of the community. Because going forward, we'll have to live on a lot less than we are today. And part of that is making sure we have the right health. So people of color traditionally get diseases at a higher rate as opposed to others. Have worse health care options and provided. So a lot of that things, for example, if we knew how to eat a lot better, if we knew how to take care of ourselves a lot better, we wouldn't need certain health care, we wouldn't have certain high health care bills. So there's many phenomena derived out of that when you think about it. So we just want to promote color in the health and environmental sciences here at UCR and around the country as well. So that's what it's about.
Okay, great. Thank you, Akeem. And with that, we will continue on with our agenda. Sorry, did you want
Yeah, sorry, we've been working on a lot of different projects, but one of the things is, this quarter, we had a lot of different organizations apply that are new organizations, so not only are they new leaders on campus, but they're new organizations in general, so, I know that there was, some senators that created new organizations that maybe you can help them out, because, I know that the fact that they're having new organizations, they don't really know the process, all they know is they have their advisor, but unfortunately their advisor is Dylan Rodriguez, who's really busy because of the fact that he's the chair of the department. But like I mentioned, I'm working a lot with them, but there's 10 different organizations. I saw that last quarter, I did spread myself a little too thin. I also thought that, it was difficult for me to work with organizations that have not had the event before. We had 2 events canceled, so unfortunately that funding was rolled back. But when we have those events, that's money that could have been allocated to someone else. So when we vote on these things, and we want to make sure that they're still able to happen, and I just would want to allow senators to be a part of the project. So again, I wanted to invite everyone to the project, whether it be SAMS, whether it be the one in the spring, or whether it be one of the 10. Right now, it's 23 organizations that have their events. So, thank you. Sorry, I took one.
No. Okay, moving on, we will now proceed to Legislative Review Committee.
Hi everyone, this is the moment everyone's been waiting for. So I'll yield the first few minutes of my committee report to Taylor. And Momo, if you could pull up the Constitution and the PDF that I emailed. And Taylor, whenever you're ready.
Okay. For the
PDF.
Hi everybody, again, my name is Taylor. I just want to thank you guys for all y'all's time. And for sitting through the 20 plus transfer students who came out here today to stand solidarity on this issue and show you all how important this is to us. The amendment is fairly simple. It's the highlighted part in red. That's actually an old version of the Constitution. The version that Devin has uses the updated one, but it's again simple. It establishes the transfer non-traditional student director position. If you scroll down below that, we included an outline of some draft bylaws we used took inspiration from UCLA student government, where they established a similar office. We basically inserted UCR's counterparts, as well as, keep scrolling down please. Whoever has to, included to give you an idea of what we envision the office to be like. There are a couple of things on there that we still want to include, of course, so things like a minimum number of events that we hope this office holds every year or every quarter, as well as something to include to address the importance of this office and create a pipeline to students trying to get involved in leadership at UCR. These bylaws are, again, still very rough drafts to give you an idea of what we hope this office will become. And of course, we're going to take into consideration input from the Senate, from the Home Affairs Office. If you scroll down even more, there's some suggestions. We consulted with the top on campus to what they think what our office should focus on. I know you all talked about the establishment of office or similar representative for transfers previously, so arguments are again similar. On record, I want to say that this is a systematic issue. This affects all students. We deal with issues that happens if you transfer, things like orientation, concern about programming, access to resources, job discrimination for transfers because we come in as third years, and some jobs only want first years and second years.
The promotion and that you get beforehand, I know was something that transfers once they, what is it called, SIR?
Yes.
You don't get nothing else.
Yeah.
As opposed to freshmen who are constantly getting more.
There are. This is my second quarter. This is my second quarter here. This is my first year transferring. So the issues again, I'm still just experiencing firsthand. I'm still trying to figure out what I know and what I don't know. Transfer office will provide a center point not just for a voice advocate for a lost resource center, but a center for the community. Reggie back there, he mentioned starting the Transfer Society Association, just a place for transfers to get together and have a community.
your team started the Alliance last year to do something very similar. We are trying very hard and we are putting ourselves out there to have a voice in this campus. We're hoping that you all recognize that as well. One of the statements that most of them said is that they recognized this issue as important to us. They were brave enough to stand in front of you on week 10 in the middle of a Wednesday night because it was that important to them. If there are any questions, please ask.
Okay. Are there any hands around the horseshoe? Irish, Director Jessica Regis. Senator Keene Brown. Senator Shaker. And Vice President of Internal Affairs, Senator Chambers.
Taylor, once again, thank you to all the transfers that are still here, the non-traditional students, everyone that's in the galley. I know that this is important to y'all. I do not have a voting privilege, but I just wanted to extend, the possible, just, what is it?
Invitation.
Huh?
Invitation.
Yeah, no, the invitation, but we don't know how the voting is gonna turn out, but I had mentioned to Akeem before about the interest of having a transfer on the diversity council, which is really, beneficial, whether it be when the director is established, that would be one of their duties or anything, but based on the outcome of tonight, I think that is something that should be done, whether it be with that director or a representative of the transfer community at large, just because, that's a community, that's more of the diversity council, and that's what, it was founded on, just representing the voices that are not heard. The issues that we're taking on are very large scale. We have a lot of different things, like I mentioned, and I think that it would be very productive to have a transfer on that committee, or that council. So I just wanted to, if whatever the outcome be.
I very much appreciate that. Again, we're here trying to fight for voice, and we'll take that in any way we can. You mentioned earlier that you were meeting with some transfer students weekly. We really do appreciate that. There are some students who are already texting me who are here who heard that and would really like to talk to you after that. You have my contact info, just
That
let
whole
me know
list of students I'll be willing to talk to.
Yeah.
Senator Keene Brown.
Yeah, thank you, Taylor, for coming up and being so brave. There's a few more things that I'd like to add for the record. That, yes, transfer students are 7% of the student population. But that number can easily be grown over the next few years. For example, my entering class in the fall of 2013, we had a little over 900 students. A little over 1,000 students. The incoming class, Taylor's class, Tia's class, there are well over 1,300 students. That's a 23% increase. So if we increase 23% every year, in a few years, that number from 7% will be 14%. That's a significant increase in transfer students. Not only that, the legislation that's being passed, the president has signed legislation that will possibly make community college a 75% free. Well, what does that mean? That is an incentive for students to make their first stop at community college. Well, if community college is the gateway to a bachelor's degree, that means more people will come through community college and transfer. So, with that being said, government always retroactively tries to solve problems. I think it's our duty today to be proactive so that when this problem does arise, when these students are here in more numbers than they are today, we already have the infrastructure in place to solve that problem. I don't think we should wait at all to do this. Thank you.
Yeah, Keene can come in. Keene touched on, Senator Keene Brown touched on a really strong point. The master plan, 1960s, higher education, transferring community college has always been a center point, just along there with the UCs and the CSUs. Today, we talked about how many transferred at the UCR. Statewide, the average is 30% of the state UC system are all transfer students, 60% of the CSUs. The UCs have the TAG program, the CSUs just implemented the transfer associate degree, something I actually had the privilege of speaking for a committee very much like this in Sacramento to establish. Transferring community college is, again, one of the gateways to American education is the standpoint of that. You can hear from the news in the last 6 months from the Highlander last week, from President Obama, from President Napolitano, from Governor Jerry Brown. This is a chance for us to take a step forward and to lead. UCLA, as far as I know, is the only office so far that has established an official transfer representative for UCR to be the second.
Okay, Senator Rashid.
Yeah, so thanks Taylor for coming out and presenting, and thank you to everyone who came and spoke, and everyone who stayed as well, and so I really appreciate it, and I'm glad you all were here. So I'm 100% in favor of adding this director. I think that we need the representation, the transfer and non-traditional student representation here. I think it's really shown with having Hakeem on this horseshoe. I think we can all agree to that. When students that are transfers, come up to me, or non-traditional students are wondering like who they can go to best represent them, I tell them Hakeem, because Hakeem understands these issues more than I can, and so I think it's really important to have that person on the horseshoe for students to be able to go to and to be a representation and a voice for them on the horseshoe. And I really hope you all consider this. I know we had talked about it when we were doing old business last Senate meeting. I think this is a good solution to the conversation that we had last week, and so again, thank you all for coming out.
Great, thank you, sir. Fernando Chavarri.
To preface this, I'm sorry if I go a little too long. I've been stewing over this for the past couple days, really thinking about it, really thinking about the position and being really critical of the association where we are right now. So thank you, Taylor, thank you, Hakeem, for bringing this legislation before us. And first off, I'd like to start off with, this position is necessary. In my work with the UC system-wide committee that I work on, working on transfer issues specifically, my work in student life as a transfer programmer, student programs, I work directly with student life, so I know exactly what's going on, I know what issues they're facing, I know what they're asking for. And this very specific thing is, it's a question of student status. They come in with 2 years. They have 2 years to find out where they want to go, where grad school is, to get involved, to apply to graduation, to get used to school, and all in the segment of 2 years. And that's where the problem lies. And then I would like to call them exclusive but inclusive, because it's based on their fact that they come in, this is not their first year entry, that they've been here, that they've gone through the community college system, and they're coming here. But that's where the issue lies. You can still be trans, you can be a person of color, you can to have that position, because I know one of the rebuttals is going to be, why don't we just make it a diversity director? But I think the issues are very, very specifically tailored to having, and it's necessary to have a transfer director, just because they face so many issues that we don't regularly face on a daily basis. The problem of figuring out grad school within the first quarter, of making sure they meet a professor, because they have to meet in order to get the letters of recommendation right away within the first quarter. There's so many tiny issues that we don't necessarily think about, or that we even have an understanding of, because we've been here for the 4 years. We have time to make the connections, we have time to really find out what resources, even if the quality of even down to the quality of their orientation. First year orientation is very, very different from transfer orientation. And I work specifically on that program itself. They have one day where they have 1 hour to meet clubs during their lunch hours, so that means that they get food and meet with organizations and try to meet with resources and try to meet with their counselor. They have 1 day to do that. We have 2 days, we get the whole experience, we get to stay in housing. So there's so many differences between how we come in and what we're able to do with our 4 years and what they have to do in 2 years. And I think we really need to think critically of the needs of this specific community. Yes, they're only 7% right now, but I can tell you for a fact that they're just going to continue growing. Right now in my boards committee, the whole plan to cap international students and out-of-residence students is so that we allow for more transfer students to actually get into the system. So all these things, there's going to be a trickle-down effect. The more transfer students are going to come to this university, they're going to come to all the UCs. I think this is a good step. This is a step in the right direction of creating this position, just because there is going to be a need. And I think I've read the language, I've read the bylaws, and I think we can't anticipate everything, but we have to start somewhere. And I don't necessarily, the Transfer Non-Traditional Task Force is under my office, And I know that there's a billion issues that they could work on, but as together, since they constitute many different people, I know they can only work on one issue. And that's hard, because they all have to collectively work together, and they can't just say, okay, we're only gonna work on transfer issues, because that board specifically is trying to be inclusive to everyone's issues, and to fight the bigger issues. But I think this transfer position can really advocate for the community, and really gives them the power to advocate for themselves, and to have self-determination, which is something that we all ran on. And I think it's very important that this specific position is implemented. And I think I said enough. If anyone has any questions about any statistics, anything like relevant to transfers and how they're going to be upcoming in the UC, you can ask me those. I'm not afraid to answer any of those questions. And I'll make sure that I will advocate for you. And I think that has just been a staple that I've been working on this year, and I'd really like to see it continue.
And finally, we have President Roach on board, everyone.
I just want to say thank you to everyone for coming out. I've had the privilege of working very closely with Francisco Fall-Porter and recently with Taylor and Akeem, and I know how passionate all of you are, and it really shows that all of you came, and really, I think it helps all of us kind of make a decision because we see how many people this affects and how many people are willing to come out during week 10 and kind of ensure that their voices are heard. So I'd like to draw our attention to the amendment in the Constitution, and I know you're all copied on the emails as well, but for those in the galley, I know pro staff had some concerns, but and they were unable to make it to the meeting. However, I'm going to go through some of these, and I want everyone to know that these do not reflect my views at all. I told them that I would voice these concerns, and I think for the sake of transparency, you should know what everyone else on the horseshoe is reading. But in the terms of the amendment, they wanted to bring up the possibility of a GCAP chair or a GCAP director because they believe that this student deals with a lot of money, works with different departments on campus, sustainability, art garden, different things like that, and then they wanted to consider moving this position under campus internal affairs for the first year. Again, these don't reflect my views, I just had to bring them up. I'm very much in support of the transfer director because I think it's very apparent that the people in this community very much want this and very much need it. So on the Constitution, if you go to page 3, the amendment that's being proposed is adding a transfer non-traditional student director. There we go. So it's highlighted in red. And there would be 5 non-voting director positions, and a transfer non-traditional student director falls under executive cabinet. And on the PDF that Taylor went through during his presentation, as well that was sent out to you all, there are a set of potential bylaws that would go into effect, and seeing as all directors do have their own committee, I would be more than happy to work to kind of go through the transfer non-traditional task force bylaws and formulate those to fall under the transfer student director. I know I helped Francisco write those, so we can go through that, seeing how the vote goes and everything, because that was one of the concerns of pro staff as well, was would there be a committee, and I'm assuming that the task force would just fall under the director, and we could work on establishing that as an official committee. But if there is no further discussion, I would like to make a motion for a standing.
I'm sorry, were we still in the presentation, or had you moved to the legislation?
Well, I figured because it's all under my committee report was.
Okay.
Are there other speakers?
Right, because
I was just reading the presentation, so she's gonna.
But it was still under the LRC committee report.
Yeah, now there needs to be a
So-
motion.
That's what I
She's
was
making it right now.
That's what I was doing.
Is there gonna be discussion
Yeah,
regarding the-
after the second, there's discussion.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion for a standing vote to approve the transfer non-traditional student director amendment to the ASUCR Constitution.
Second.
Okay. Now, before we proceed to the vote, second by Senator Fabian Escobedo, I will take hands for discussion. So first, I saw Abraham Galvan, then Fernando Echeverria, and okay, and Momo Hussein, and just.
Oh, okay. Sorry, y'all. So I had to step out because I had to go to a housing program that I was collaborating on. So I apologize if anybody's already addressed the points that I wanted to make, but I don't think that's the case. So the point that I wanted to make is I do think it's still necessary for us to consider Teresa's questions and be able to answer them completely before we move forward on a vote. I know that they've been brought up, but until there's such a time when those answers are directly answered, I see it as, I would agree with Teresa's point of view that this would be premature for us to do. And regardless of that, once those questions can be answered and those concerns can be addressed, which I think should be completely possible if the individuals are able and willing to do so, I think that at that point, then it's appropriate for Senate to consider creating a new director position. However, what I want to do is propose an alternative idea. And the idea that I want to propose is the creation of, if you're going to move forward with creating a director position, I would really urge you to instead move forward with the creation of what I would call a diversity director. And the reason for that is because there are so many students on our campus that are not actively represented on this horseshoe year by year. Those students include but are not limited to transfer students, non-traditional students, students from various ethnic groups, students with disabilities, student veterans, and a wide array of other identities that are not regularly represented on this horseshoe. And I would concur with the sentiments that were made earlier and with Akeem's sentiments in bringing the transfer director position forward, that we need to make sure that we have somebody on this horseshoe that is actively representing those individuals. But I don't think that it would be appropriate for us to selectively make one director position. I think that it would be more appropriate for us to create a position that would be able to address those identities that are not actively represented here. I don't remember the last time that we had a senator that represented the Native American student community. I don't remember the last time that we've had many individuals, or at least more than one individual that could represent students with disabilities. I don't remember the last time that we had a student veteran on this horseshoe either, or even students that participate in active duty or anything like that. I think there's a lot of those groups, and as much as I would love, when I first brought forward and made the bylaws for the Diversity Council, my whole goal was to give representation to a lot of those students, and unfortunately it fell short of it for various reasons, and a lot of that was my responsibility in the sense that I could have included more individuals. But I think that moving forward with a diversity director position that would specifically be tasked to represent these individuals and maintain a clear line of communication with those groups on campus would be a much more ideal. And that diversity director would basically oversee an expanded diversity council that would include transfers, non-traditional students, students with disabilities, student special services, and all these groups. I think that, so that's the idea that I've had, just because I know that so many students have expressed to me the same concerns that I'm hearing tonight, and I don't want to invalidate those concerns for anybody. And I think that when we choose to selectively identify groups, that some other individuals could easily perceive it as naturally exclusive to them, and I would not want to do that. Let me finish, because I think I can answer your question.
Well, it has to do with something you said previously. Can you define non-traditional? Akeem, I know you defined it for me earlier.
Actually, I will. Mr. Chairman, can you please bring up the bylaws I emailed you maybe about an hour ago? You guys, can you bring those up, please?
Because
there's, first of all, I'll just finish, and then that can be answered. As I've shown through my extensive work on the rest of the Constitution and through my commitment on fixing bylaws and contributing to bylaws throughout this whole year, I would be more than happy to make this work in order to make sure that when we do this, we get it right. And I'm aware of the time constraints that are in place right now. I would be happy to consider how to move forward with that. And if it takes more time and if it takes a year to do this, I think that we can still also do that as well. The only reason why it would maybe take the year is because we wouldn't be able to go through LRC at this point anymore. But that's the idea that I have. I would be happy to answer questions in regard to that or anything like that. But like I said, this is by no means to say that I don't believe that transfers and non-traditional students need someone to represent them on the horseshoe. What I'm saying is that they need it, and there are so many other students that also need it. And that we can make a great stride in achieving that by putting someone on this horseshoe that is directly tasked with communicating with those students and representing them on this horseshoe. So that's what I'm saying, and that's the idea that I want to propose to all of you right now. Thank you.
Okay. To follow up, so I said again.
Is he allowed to respond?
No, we're gonna answer Devin's question.
We're going to answer Devin's question with us, because to answer the point of clarification.
There's a motion.
Yeah, there's a point of clarification.
Yeah, can you just, because if I'm not mistaken, non-traditional refers to parents, vets, disabled, commuters. Is there anyone else that I'm missing?
Foster children,
In
trios,
terms of non-traditional?
Yeah.
I'm sure there's more.
It's outlined right here. If you just scroll it down, everyone can see what transfer and non-traditional actually represents.
Somebody want to stop?
Right here. So if you see there are representation from the transfer groups, the parents groups, Puente, veterans, guardians, scholars, and students with disabilities. All of those entities, people that you named should be represented that are not here on the horseshoe.
We weren't, or we on the speaker list, right?
You're on the speaker list, right, and so, point of clarification.
Hey, so
On
Devin, what was your
to define non-traditional.
Because that was
Well, this
All right, and
Okay,
from there,
so-
we'll go ahead and continue with the speakers list. And we have Fernando next.
So, I do want you to answer the questions. I think I have the answer, but I do want to know the duration of the position, so 12-month versus 9-month. I don't see an issue with it being 9 months because I don't really see specific duties that you would have to carry out during the summer. And it would be pretty much an equivalent to a senator position as well, advocating and representing the community, so I would see it as a 9-month position. Second, to answer the GCAP question, which falls directly under my office, we had already discussed this earlier. I don't know if Teresa or Lori forgot that they actually conducted the meeting with me, but we had already determined that we were not going to go with the director position because we didn't find that there was enough duties with the GCAP coordinator. I think the GCAP coordinator already has a stipend, and with what they're doing, they don't have enough to do, really, because they just, yes, we have a budget, but there's not that many grants that are coming in through the GCAP because it's very particular and very specific, and they tend to be long-term grants over the period of an entire year instead of just a quarter. So it's a lot of just like thinking up like, oh, maybe we can do a water campaign or we can do this. And it hasn't been too overloading, and a bulk of the committee, when the committee works as a whole, it doesn't give too many other duties to the actual GCAP coordinator. So that's why we determined that we weren't going to have a GCAP director, just because we already didn't see that it warranted, and since the GCAP coordinator already has a stipend, then we didn't see that we just needed to upgrade their stipend because they had just enough on their plate to deserve the stipend that they were receiving. To reply to Abe's, I agree with you that I think those are all very specific communities that we should consider. But I think with this position in particular, there's a lot of intersectionality, but this is very specific in that it's not determined by race, it's not determined by ethnicity or your upbringing, your nationality, anything like that. It's specific on the student's status, that you're coming in here, they literally have 2 years, while everyone else, you can still have plenty of senators and everyone else that fits under those intersectionality of having Native American. I think that's just an issue with the institution itself, that we have a college representative system instead of just like having the UCLA student where we have a student rep. But I think this in particular is very specific to the fact that they have 2 years, they have things to do. The issues are not the same to a 4-year first entry student.
Okay, next on the speakers list, we have Jessica.
I added myself not knowing what I was going to say, but I knew that I was going to have something to say based on what they were saying, or what I thought they were going to say. But I didn't think of the diversity director, and I thought that's amazing, especially on a campus that prides itself and constantly sells diversity. But the whole point of the town hall was the fact that, you know, it's not felt on campus. You get the students to come on campus based on the fact that you're diverse, but then once you're on campus, what are you doing to like represent or support those students? For example, the transfer students. You get them on campus saying, you know, you're going to be supportive, we have these programs, you have talk, we're building a lounge, but then once you come here, like what support is admin giving you, or what programs is there that offers? And if there is existing programs, what are they doing to publicize those events to you? But looking into the diversity director position that Abe brought up, diversity is something that's very much promoted on campus, and then just going to UCR, I just kind of typed in UCR diversity, and then it shows up like the different demographics of the ethnicity specifically. So they have like other ethnicities, and then they have like the different percentages, but I know that Akeem had mentioned the 7% of transfers. My thing when Abe said that he was looking at the Native American, it's actually 0.5% of Native Americans. So I know transfers that are Native American. So does that put them at a smaller portion?
Are you asking me?
I know, I just don't know. But it's just because if that means that there's 0.5% of Native American identified, if they're a transfer and they're Native American, is that giving them real representation of the limitations that they have?
There's a Native American student program.
Wait, no,
that they can go to.
We'll let Jessica finish. You're next on this mic.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, no.
I thought you were asking me.
No, I was just thinking statements, just because when you look, you also mentioned that there was 7%, from my understanding, based on the town hall and the African student programs, speakers off the diversity council. I'm so sorry, I keep stressing the diversity council, but it's my baby, I really like it, I want to empower the diversity on campus, but they were telling, the administration, especially what Fernando was saying about how, you know, it's not just a problem that we can address, but it's something that the administration, it's systemic. The African student population is 6.3%, and that's seen to have, what is it called? Lowered each year. So if that's already lowering, then, you know, they're going to be lacking representation if they don't, you know, if they're a transfer and they're also identified as that. But that's just something that I got based off of, you know, this little chart that I found online, and it's all on the UCR website. So that's just based on the fact that if they identify as this identity or this ethnicity and being a transfer, that just, you know, I don't know how that would work, but I like the idea that Abraham brought up of the diversity director as well.
Before we go to the next speaker, you're actually free to sit down. I'm sorry, we don't mean to keep you standing.
Okay.
After the presentation is finished, questions will be directed at you. It'll be more amongst the Senate. If there is something particular, I'm sure we'll tell our faculty.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Akeem Brown.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a few things that I want to respond to. First, the issue of the Diversity Council. The Diversity Council is a great opportunity for transfer students to get involved in. However, as I understand it, the Diversity Council is composed of demographics that is based upon ethnicity and and race and that, whereas transfer students, we're not even represented. It could be included but not limited to. But how can transfer students get in a conversation with individuals or ethnic groups that already have representation, i.e. Costo Hall, and they don't have any representation at all? The issue is transfers systematically, I keep stressing that, systematically do not have representation, period. I heard Native American mentioned, Native American student mentioned. There's a Native American Student Center in Costo Hall. What I don't hear is transfer students having representation. Let's keep the argument based on what its merits are, which are systematic representation. Each one of the transfer students you saw come up to this podium filled out a transfer application. Majority of you all filled out a freshman application. Our colleagues in the Graduate Student Association office filled out a graduate application. And based on those merits, transfer students are not represented. And I disagree that we should have a diversity council. For that reason, we need a specific,
Diversity director?
diversity, the proposition Abraham proposed. It's still not representing transfer students systematically, and that's what we need to do first before we can start talking about the different intersectionalities that compose transfer students. Because if you look at a transfer student, you can find a student parent, you can find a disabled person, you can find a Native American, you can find an Asian American, you can find every single race and ethnicity as a transfer student, but what you won't find is representation for a transfer student, period. What if that transfer student doesn't want to go to Costco Hall and get involved with one of the ethnic and gender programs? What if they just wanted to be a transfer student? I just want to be a transfer student. Freshmen have freshman dorms, transfer student has transfer housing, graduate students do too. And that is the representation that we are asking for with this position, period.
All right, thank you, Senator King Brown. Next we have parliamentarian Mohammed Hussein.
Oh, you want time to Abraham go on?
Yeah, so in response to that, I would say that I don't believe that just because these different student groups have resources on campus that they have systematic representation in any way. What is at issue, at least in my opinion, and people can disagree if that's what's at issue or not, is the representation that these student groups have on this horseshoe and within ASUCR. The Transfer Student Alliance has been doing great, or the Transfer Task Force has been doing great, and that's an awesome thing. Diversity Council can also do better. I don't think that we need to put them in any way in competing fashions. The Diversity Director would, if you did what I suggested, which was make a more expansive Diversity Council and include those groups, it could also potentially be a transfer student. I would challenge you again, because the very fact that you referred to those centers as Costco Hall many times on this horseshoe, I would say is reflective of the fact that people on this horseshoe are not well aware of those programs. Otherwise, we wouldn't be calling those programs Costco Hall every single time that we talk about them. It's clearly Costco Hall, and that's something that's been represented many times, and many people have said. And I think that it's instances that happen on this horseshoe many, many times where we have not communicated with many groups on campus, and that I think that director first and foremost would be a huge step in bringing that horseshoe closer connected to it. We made one step forward to it when we established Diversity Council. Obviously that wasn't enough because members of this horseshoe are not largely involved with it. The chair of the Diversity Council cannot always consistently be here to talk about the issues or whatnot. But if we had a diversity director, that position would be right there sitting on this horseshoe, ready and willing to tell us about all those things. I don't think that, and if the argument is that non-traditional encompasses everything else, I feel like that's also a problem where, in the sense that we would say, we have a transfer and an everything else director. That's essentially what you're trying to do, and I think
With the
that's...
information, it was listed what the requirements were. It's not like all encompassing.
Well,
Like, I don't know if you were here for that legitimately, but like,
No, yeah.
that was asked.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If that's the argument that non-traditional meets all those other things, then it would actually only further strengthen my own argument for just making a diversity director, which would naturally include any group of population that makes our campus diverse. if you have a transfer and non-traditional director, you could very well end up with a transfer and non-traditional director that wouldn't be a transfer student either, by the very virtue of the fact that it's also non-traditional. You could end up with the same scenario in diversity director, and you will end up with the same scenario where any given group of individuals will not be represented, and that's by virtue of what I've addressed on this horseshoe many times, the fact that, like Fernando said, our representation is college-based and not based on a number of other things that I believe would make this horseshoe more reflective of our diverse student body. But what I'm trying to do is, if we're going to do something, make it work for as many individuals as we can, and also make it serve a purpose for this association as a whole. I don't think that we need to posit the ideas as competing ideas or whatnot. It's just an alternative idea that I had that I think would help address the concerns of not only the students that are here in this room today, but the students that aren't here today as well, and that have come many meetings, and I would challenge you to ask them if they feel like they're represented by this horseshoe, and I can guarantee you that a lot of those individuals would say no, flat out. And you can even ask them if they feel like the resources on campus that they have, maybe certain groups have, represent them. I can tell you that they would say flat out no. I don't think that comparing the resources that are available on campus is what we need to be doing on this horseshoe, because the matter of fact is that there's just not representation on this horseshoe as it is. So that's what I would respond to those comments. I just wanted to make that clear because I don't think people understood that. And I want us to make sure that we're understanding each other before we speak, so that we're not unnecessarily creating conflict and not purposefully or even accidentally misrepresenting the statements that other individuals are making. So, thank you.
Point of information, where is it stated non-traditional specified?
It's in bylaws.
It's in the bylaws, but that's
If you
just
see
Scroll down.
what type of orgs were brought together to form this task force, it'll become clear.
But you don't think a definition of non-traditional?
It's right there.
Because that's just to be a member of the
definition
committee.
of, because.
And one more point of information, this is not based on a transfer and everybody else. It's systematically a transfer student, period. And we recognize that transfer students may come in many shapes, forms, and fashions, but they're not represented as transfer students first. That's the point of this.
So my point of information was, where is it explicitly stated what non-traditional means?
Based on all the students.
Based on all the representation in the task force?
Yeah, that would be.
There could be like a
Fernando may be able to expand, or actually the chair of the committee is here, if you may be able to address that to him.
So what was the question? If you could please repeat it.
So my question is, the amendment says, transfer a non-traditional student director, right? It's under director positions.
Yes.
But so you go to the bylaws to check what non-traditional means, and it's not clearly stated, but it tells you the composition of the task force.
Yes.
The 14 members and where they should come from.
Yes.
But do you think you guys should clearly, or you all should clearly state that what a non-traditional student is, even though there's, like, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree. I think we should.
Can you?
We could.
So we could friendly amend it right now by saying.
But this is the bylaws.
These are bylaws. These are the bylaws.
Can you be really
So
like right now?
that was pretty much the question, if it's explicitly stated anywhere, or if it was the implication that the 14 members are what non-traditional means.
Well, there are members in here that wouldn't be a part of non-traditional, such as like the representative from internal and external affairs.
So do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
So I feel like it actually
So,
wasn't stated anywhere.
It will be mostly the members from the student organizations, because we feel that it was a pretty good mix. But also the committee this particular committee is open to any other student at UCR who feels they are in a non-traditional role.
So, but do you understand what I'm saying? So the implication earlier was being on this task force is what makes you non-traditional. Whereas it's not.
That's not fair representation.
Huh?
I think that you might be misinterpreting, but the point of the task force, it's not being on the task force makes you non-traditional, it's that the task force handles issues that non-traditional and transfer students.
So I'm saying, where in the task force bylaws does it tell you what a non-traditional student is? That was my big question.
It's just explicitly open, we went with the members for the time being.
So Akeem, if you can keep
And
an
I'll
eye,
I'll offer this. I mean, as Francisco said, that's students who are traditionally underrepresented here. We recognize that, and we weren't thinking about race and gender or ethnicity when we thought about non-traditional. We were thinking about the non-traditional ways that students do come in and receive services. So non-traditional, in essence, is pulling in individuals from veterans, guardian scholars, which are foster children, student disability, still demographics that are represented by systematic, those type of labels that are outside of transfer, what type of student you are. But what I want to make sure is that we're clear on is that this is about systematic representation based on what the school has set forth. And that is a freshman, that is a transfer, and that is a graduate student. I want that to be clear.
But my only point of information was where in the bylaws.
It doesn't say it. I believe he's already answered the question.
If I may finish responding, this committee is fairly new. This was the first quarter that was in effect. So with that, we knew that there would be growing pains with the bylaw. That can be added, and the reason we didn't set it in stone yet is because, for example, this last week I had an older student who she was getting in her bachelor's degree. She was in her third year. She had just transferred. At the same time, her daughter was getting her bachelor's degree, and she was in her fourth year. And she asked me if there was a student org for older student transfer, like older transfer students. I said no, there isn't. But I told her about the committee, and then if she were to either create or resuscitate a defunct org, that org would be able to go into this committee. So it is not in these bylaws explicitly stated because it is open to additions. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. Okay, so we're going to go ahead. Did you have point of information?
Yeah, I had a point of information. So, Akeem, just a quick question. I just got confused, just something I just realized. We're talking about the systematic differences between freshmen, transfers, and graduates. However, aren't there graduate students that transferred in from a different school? How would that, because did you understand my question? It just kind of...
Yeah, you actually answered your own question. They the graduates, they have the GSA.
Yeah.
Where transfers don't have anything.
They would still be served under the GSA.
But then, couldn't you argue that a transfer student would be served under ASUCR if they're undergraduate? The argument is analogous.
You can make the argument. You can make the argument either way, but based on what you said, the graduate students, if they transfer as a graduate student, they would have a graduate student representative. Period.
They also have an undergraduate student
as well.
So they could have undergraduate.
No, I don't.
Oh, they wouldn't be members of the AS.
They're
not AS. So does that answer your question? Because they're grad students, they're not members of AS, so they wouldn't be represented by the transfer grade.
Okay, yeah, I understand that. I think maybe my question isn't clear. Maybe I can articulate it as I want to, and that might be a problem. And I'll think about a different way of asking it. But what I'm trying to get at is if we're arguing or we're discussing systematic, right? Like the way the system works, and we're saying there are freshmen, then there are transfers, and then there are graduate students. So these are three different parties. But there are transfers in AS and there are transfers in Graduate Students Association. And by that I mean, like, does that make sense? Like,
But those are analogous structures because
We'll have speakers list that we can continue with. I'm sorry. Did you still have did you have your point of information? Was that answered?
It's not answered, but I'll think about it. Maybe a different. Can I clarify? Or yeah, I'll yield my point of information to Nafi.
So I think what he's trying to ask or say is, or ask point of information. So there are transfers that are undergraduates that are not being represented, and there's transfers then systematically also at the graduate level and currently there aren't any graduate directors at GSA either. So it is analogous in the sense that there are transfers at both GSA and AS.
It is a fact that there are transfer graduate students, yes, but it is not a fact that because they don't have a service for them, we should not provide that service.
That's
Yeah,
not what
I
they're
mean, that's
saying.
what he's saying.
Oh, okay, then yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
sorry, I misunderstood your question.
All right, so we'll continue with the speakers list. Elections Director Stephanie Rose.
Oh, shoot, okay. Okay, so I have a question, it's more of a grammatical thing. Can you scroll up to, because in the beginning, B, is at the very top?
We can't do that, so we can't even discuss.
Okay, well, I-
We shouldn't even discuss.
I'm sorry.
These are just for reference.
It's just a question making with respect. It's because it's called the Transfer Non-Traditional Student Task Force. And in one portion you put transfer / non-traditional, and then throughout the rest of it, it says transfer non-traditional. I'm just confused because the way that it's being discussed is like transfer is one thing, non-traditional. Do you see what I'm saying? I just think that's something you should consider. You have a / in between, which makes it seem like they're two different things, and then throughout the rest of it, it does not have it. Do you see that? Okay, well, it's just inconsistent, so I wanted to point it out. Originally, I did think this was a good idea. I had even spoken with you, Akeem, about it. I just think the issue has become that, and I really don't like using this word, but it almost seems too inclusive at this point, which is why I actually think Abraham's suggestion is pretty valid. Only because it doesn't mean that transfer students can't be represented, because that's definitely something we need. I mean, I obviously have not been in an ASUCR before this year, but you've done a lot of work as a transfer student that I think is really significant, and we need to find representation for transfer students. But I'm not necessarily sure if a transfer director is that appropriate step that we need to take. Maybe we can be, I don't know, not so inclusive with that and go in a diversity direction like Abe is talking about, but have something specifically for transfers. I'm just giving my opinion.
Okay. Senator Summers.
I yield my time to members of the gallery to speak.
If I may respond directly to.
Point of order, you can't do that on the question.
Yeah, you can.
You can't yield your time to a member that's not on the Senate. At least from my understanding, that, well, you can clarify.
Huh?
Can she open the public forum?
If he's
Okay,
like
what motion
answering,
can I make so that members of the gallery can speak on
No.
this?
you'd need the approval of Senate.
Yeah, they
It would be a Senate vote.
The only reason why I'm saying this is because I think that we brought up a lot of things that I'm sure they would like to respond to, and they have a perspective on this that we don't have. And so I think that if we allow them to speak, that would be our best benefit.
So it would be a
Are there any
vote.
objections before you call for the vote?
All right, seeing no objections, the motion, as I understand it, Senator Summer Schaefer, is to allow for an intermediary public forum. Okay, and so we'll set just a rough time limit, about 10 minutes on this.
Total or
10 minutes total, yes.
No.
Just to keep the discussion moving forward. Okay, so if there are no objections to that motion.
It's not a back and forth, so they're just gonna respond.
Right, so yeah, it won't be a back and forth, so we'll invite the galley to come up, make statements, and then we'll proceed from there.
Not discussion. We don't talk at all, right?
No,
No.
they're just gonna respond to it.
Right.
They're
Agree on
supposed to
that?
respond to
Yeah.
it.
Cool.
Yes, so we will stay quiet.
There were no objections.
Okay, no objections, okay, then we
So,
can hear
members
from
of
the
the
galley. If there's anyone that would like to come forward, Francisco, I see your hand in the air, you're already up.
If I may respond to maybe our External Affairs, Ibrahim Galvan and Stephanie Rose's Elections Director, a couple of their points. I disagree with the idea of a diversity director being able to fulfill the duties for this position, because the issues that we're facing are two: systematic and programming. The systematic issues that we're facing is that, for one, yes, or the way we come into this college is different. We face different issues with our units that traditional students don't face. We face different issues with applying to professional or graduate or schools or medical school that traditional students don't face. We need support for those programs that currently do not exist, whereas there are a lot of diversity programs that do have programming for these issues. As one of the transfer students spoke about, 2 hours ago, when he first came here, there was a transfer student center. Now there is not. There is a transfer student lounge, but it's not going to fulfill the needs that transfer students have. There are systematic needs and that have to do with programming. Senator Harriman saying it brought up kind of a question. I'm not sure what your question was, but he did ask how come the graduate students transfer in here and freshman students transfer in here. Yes, and those are two systematic differences between graduate and freshman students. But that's why GSA is there to represent the graduate students, and that's why ASUCR is there to represent the undergraduate students. But what we're facing is systematic differences. There is systematic discrimination on campus here for transfer students in the face of job discrimination. Please point to me one job on this campus that says you may not apply to this job if you're Latino or if you're Asian or if you're Native American. That doesn't exist. There are jobs on this campus that say you may not apply to this job unless you're a first or a second year. Furthermore, orientation. We all, like some of you already spoke. We only have, there is no mandatory Latino orientation or mandatory Asian orientation where you have to go, where you're facing systematic differences from the rest of the campus. That happens for transfer students. And third, like my big point, programming. There is no transfer director like at the administrative level or at the student government level that is able to help transfer students who took time from their day to come here and voice their opinions about how their lives as transfer students has been. This year, a group of student parents who are transfer students, one of which is Erica, sitting there in the back, right here in the front, had to take it upon themselves and take time out of their busy day to go lobby so that there could be a childcare center, childcare hours at the gym, at the rec center. And that's something that a director would be able to do so that a student parent doesn't have to take time out of her busy day to be able to go do that. Diversity, students who have different diversity, I feel you, Abraham. I think this should be a diversity position. But the issues that we're talking about don't have to do with us being diverse from the student body. You know, it has to do with us being systematically different from the student body. And with that, I yield my time to the rest of the gallery.
To address some of the other things again, in the very beginning, I mentioned the email from the pro staff about lack of duties is one of the things we actually take in consideration. On the original PDF we sent out, we took listed duties or potential duties again from top, from duties from working with what hopefully the current task force for transfer non-traditional students undertakes, as well as envision advocacy roles, as well as whatever else it can hopefully become. Again, these are bylaws that are subject to hopefully your guys' or you all's input, as well as anyone else who wishes to contribute to it. So like all we're asking for is staff position. The bylaws we understand need work, and there are some admittedly typos. I apologize for that, and those will be changed. The red is the only part that we are actually up for discussion right now. Again, duties we've listed and talked about. Serving an advocacy role to speak on behalf to administration on why there should be a transfer resource center, why there needs to be a voice for this constituent group. On that, I'll leave my time back to anyone else who wishes to speak in the gallery, or?
Just to be clear, there are 5 minutes left.
So I don't know how this would be implemented or how it would be changed, but I think a lot of the problem is the fact that you're putting transfer and non-traditional in the same direct position.
Yeah.
So, however that can be fixed, I probably would be best for discussion. Okay? I think that they're both important, and I also think that Abraham diversity is important as well.
I agree.
Hey, once again, my name is Dennis. Just expanding off what she just mentioned. I think that a lot of the confusion is just that this program is, at least what I understand it, is transfer and non-traditional. So it's an inclusive relationship. They're both together. It's not, they're not trying to identify non-traditional students in the sense that I feel like Abraham was trying to do, saying that they're like two different things being represented in one. Or instead, it's transfer students who are also non-traditional. We're not trying to necessarily represent non-traditional students and transfer students differently, but in the same directorship. But instead, it's non-traditional students, but they're also transfer students. It's just transfer students, but we're also saying, yeah, there are also some non-traditional students. That's my understanding of this. If I'm incorrect, I don't mind if someone tells me that as well. But I don't know. Anyways, Abraham also, I do appreciate the idea of a diversity director as well. But thank you very much.
3 minutes remaining. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Okay. Seeing none, I will resume the floor to Senate, and we will continue with. I'm sorry. Okay.
Anyone else?
Okay. Then I will resume with Senate discussion. Speakers list. Next, we have Senator Summer Schaefer. Did you?
Oh, she already yielded her time?
Did you yield
Delaney?
your time? Right. Okay, that's right. All right, Senator Delaney Koenig.
I can do my time.
No, I don't need it. I was just wondering what the motion was.
Well, thank you to the galley. Francisco, you said like literally every bullet point that I was going to say, in that when we say it is systematic, there are tangible barriers there and differences that are noticeable and that are not curriculum, that's not the accurate word, but there are programming differences in the quality and availability of certain programs. For example, I've worked orientation in both realms, and it is undeniable that transfer orientation is not as comprehensive and is not as accessible as first year orientation. As far as involvement in AS, I didn't even know about AS until my 3rd year, so if I was a transfer, I already would have graduated. As far as their study lounge being closed, like where are they supposed to go? They have commuter pit stops that's also available to first year students, and that's advertised at first year orientation, so how are they supposed to know about it? And I just think that we need to make that clear distinction between an academic category and a personal identity. And when I was going to go to the UC, they didn't say, oh, you have a disability, here's a different application. They said you're a first year. And I don't really think they're just different, like you said. Neither is more important or less important or more of a priority. They're just very different, and a voluntary self-identity is different than a systematic barrier, and that's already been enforced a lot, so.
Great, thank you, Delaney. Next on the speakers list is Senator Keem Brown.
I'd like to call the question. I object. There's still many points to be responded to.
No, I had my hand out the whole time.
Yeah, there's
definitely a bunch of people on the speaker.
You can't call the question when you feel like it's getting, like when you just can't answer the questions or you feel like it's getting, this debate is productive. And I think at the end of the day, we'll see that we'll come out with something better because we engage in debate.
Just to respond to that, I think that was a personal attack. I'm calling the question because there's a circular argument going. And I think where we can build off what Francisco has said, and if we all remember, Fernando has said the same thing. I would like us to build off what was said there. Also, the sentiments that Delaney have echoed. It's just clear as cut and dry that there are differences.
Are you taking up your speaker's time, or do you?
You said it was my time.
He has a motion to close debate, and that's non-interrupted.
So actually, well, there's also a motion to.
Could I have a point of clarification or point of question or whatever?
Motion to object. Okay. Yes.
Point of inquiry.
That's why
There's like 12 people on this.
Okay. Right now, Senator Keem, you made your motion to kind of close debate, to call the question, which go directly into voting procedure. Abraham Galvan has objected to that, which takes precedence, which means we would vote on the objection to that motion before we would get to your motion. Now, before I get to that, I would Judge Jessica Quitas, your point of.
Sorry. My understanding is there is a different application for disabled students. I'm sorry?
Yeah. Information.
This is discussion. They have to do the vote.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead
Well, that
and leave
was-
this for.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my
motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I would like to limit the speaker's time, maybe 3 minutes.
That's no.
Once people.
Tell me why. I mean,
You
what I'm
talk
saying.
forever all the time. We can't talk.
No,
for
what
3
I'm saying
minutes,
is
like-
because I want to make sure that we can all be heard.
In the chamber.
We have time.
Senator Keem Brown, yes,
If
you'd
you
like to make that
close
motion.
the speakers list, that's fine.
So, if you'd like to motion to close the speakers list.
Has everybody said something? My thing is, after somebody says something, then you think you drop it in. So what I would like to do is everybody that wants to speak, add themselves to the list right now, and we stop it right there.
Okay.
That's what I would make the motion to.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. Actually, I won't need a motion on that. I'm gonna go ahead and take hands now. And then afterward, I'll close the speakers list unless there's any objections. So all those who'd like to be added, I will actually currently read out the speakers list. Currently, we have Senator Keene Brown will go first. And then Parliamentarian Momo Singh, President Pro Tempore Devin Plazo, Abraham Galvan, VP of Finance Ira Sheng. Who else would like to be added to the speakers list? Senator Jackie Jacoby, Senator Summer Schaefer. You could just use your time.
This is in addition to the people that are already on the list, right?
Yeah. Okay. After
After
Iris is Summer and
A point of parliamentary procedure, if we are to close the speakers list, is this speakers list just speaking or is it discussion? And like if Ravine were to say something, can somebody else respond? They cannot?
no.
That's what's been happening.
Yeah, we have we're trying to move past a little bit of back and forth.
There's not gonna be any back and forth. If somebody asks a brief question, you can provide a brief answer.
Brief.
Yeah, but that's it. There's no follow-up questions.
Okay. And that's the procedure that we're going to
You
go
just
ahead
have
and
to keep
set.
adding yourself to the speakers list.
Thank you.
Okay. So,
That's to prevent like circular discussion, so that people don't go back and forth. You just have to keep adding yourself.
okay. Is there anybody else that'd like to be added to the speakers list? Senator Herman Senga? Senator Keene Brown, you already added on the speakers list. Okay. And seeing no other hands, the speakers list is closed.
Hakeem, Momo, Kevin, Abraham, Iris, Summer, and Herman.
I was looking for Summer.
There's all the additions.
Kevin's gonna yield his time.
Oh, okay.
Alright, Senator Keene Brown, you may begin.
How could I be
Your
there
first- your
if
first
I
on
was
the
in addition to what was already?
No, you can't add yourself twice.
You're
on the
first.
speakers list.
No.
Oh, no, it's a new speaker. He's already used his turn.
He did use this.
Yeah, he made a motion, he'll use it.
I withdrew it and
But, so it's still your turn. You just made the motion.
He called the questions. Wait, so.
And then withdrew it. That wasn't his discussion. It's your turn. It's your turn. Okay, go ahead.
Again, I just want to be very clear that my route here, coming here, if it were not for me being proactive, being willing to get involved and seeking out opportunities, I would have never gotten an opportunity to run and sit on this horseshoe. And I think that's an important thing to notice, because nobody reached out to me. Nobody told me about anything related to what I needed. As Fernando alluded to earlier, as I've said this whole time, even during when I was campaigning this same time last year, transfer students, we have a short time to accomplish many things. And if we don't know what those things are before we get here, or even if they're not actively put in our face while we're here, then there's an opportunity that we don't get involved at all. About diversity, I like the idea of diversity. But again, as Francisco said, there are systematic issues that the diversity chair or that particular council would not be able to handle. And that's particularly programming, as Francisco has alluded to. And I just feel like we must really understand that this is about transfer, getting representation. Let's be clear, in this office. And I feel like if I wouldn't have ran my campaign last year, if I wouldn't have done the things that I did in this office this year, we wouldn't be having a debate right now. And transfer students would still be underrepresented. So the fact that I brought all of these issues to light, and the fact that there are students supporting these things that I'm saying we need to do, I think that should be taken into consideration, because there was no transfer platform, there was no transfer issues being discussed at all. There was a transfer center closure last year. That was one of the things that I campaigned on to fix. If ASUCR was concerned with transfers, then you all wouldn't have let the transfer center get closed last year. So what I'm saying is, I'm here. There are a lot of issues on the table. You all see the students' concerns, just like any other thing. You may have an idea to build a car. You may have a small idea what you want to put in that car, but you don't know exactly what's going to go in that car until you've tested it a few times, until you've perfected it a few times. As I understand, Ravine's office was just established last year. He had a year to realize that his chair may need a little bit of more incentive to do his job. So what I'm saying is, it's okay for us to step out and do something new. And as I alluded to earlier, government, we're always retroactively trying to fix something. Why don't we be proactive and fix something before it arises? Because I guarantee you there will be more transfer students coming in. You'll have this discussion. I know these students right here will continue to come back asking and asking. And are you going to keep denying them? And they're simply just asking for representation, and it's proven. Look at the things that I've done. I know that somebody else is going to come in just as fired up and do a lot better job than I have done. But the fact that there are things that need to be done, I've proven them. These students have proven them in their outside group organization efforts. And I just think that it's time that today we do make a stand on what we're going to do as far as giving students representation, because I'm telling you, if I had not been the person that was already proactive, wanted to get involved, I came from a community college recognizing things the moment I got here that we weren't represented. And had I not took that as fuel to run the campaign, we wouldn't be discussing these issues right now. And I think that's something to keep in mind, that somebody needs to bring the issues to the student government, because again, a transfer center got closed and ASUCR didn't do anything about it.
Thank you, Senator Keyes. Next on the speakers list is Parliamentarian Monroe.
Okay, so I just want to point out that the important thing here is that we're creating a director position for transfer and non-traditional students. And Abraham suggested that we create a diversity position as well. And I like both of those ideas, but it becomes problematic when we just start keep creating positions for people that we think are underrepresented, because we could just end up with a whole bunch of directors from systematic groups, for example, whatchamacallit, you guys already talked about the different systematic groups. I'm okay. I feel like it's important to be proactive and how to fix the situation and issues that everybody's noticed, like the orientations of transfer students and them not getting promotions like freshmen. But there's still students at large with the undergraduate university. So I feel like Stephanie's inclusivity thing was very, very important, because we don't want to start creating positions at the top just because we feel like they're we would be double representing these students essentially. There's a CHAS student that already represents all the transfer CHAS students. There's a CNAS senator that already represents all the CNAS transfer students as well. When we create a transfer director position, it's not bad that we're creating more representation, but it creates unfair amounts of representation. There's double or triple representation on the horseshoe. And so, lastly, regardless of how I might feel about it, again, I'm going to point it out, the wording is very, very important. Very specifying what non-traditional is, or TSA, maybe just removing non-traditional altogether and just creating a transfer director. I'm open to that as well. The motion that amend, that could come from the motion. I don't know. I like the motion that amend that everywhere it says transfer non-traditional. That would actually be in the bylaws, so that's actually not. Okay, yeah. So can I motion to strike non-traditional from the amendment, and can I get a second?
Point of information, so we're going even more exclusive?
But you have a diversity council.
No, I'm just asking if that's what we're doing.
Yes, we're striking non-traditional.
We're going more exclusive. That's what we're doing.
We're striking non-traditional.
More inclusive. More
Yes.
Exclusive. Yes. I just wanted to make sure that was clear, because I don't know if that's the direction everybody would like to go in.
No.
So, if people are open to that, somebody asked for the motion, so I'll motion out of courtesy. But I just feel like we should very much specify, and if we're going to keep non-traditional in there, then go into the bylaws and really specify what a non-traditional student is, as impossible as I think that may be. So.
Point of information. So you're saying that you motion that we strike non-traditional from this director position, contingent that what is considered non-traditional would be represented by the diversity position or diversity council?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
No. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we strike that just so that we can kind of separate the issue with it being, how are we going to specify, how are we going to decide which senators are eligible for the position, or who's eligible for the position, because we don't know who comes from non-traditional backgrounds. So just for the purposes of clarity in the amendment and like wanting to represent just transfer students, I feel like we should just stick to the over like very specific issue and keep it at just transfer students. And we can continue discussing just the transfer student director and stay away from all the arguments of like non-traditional and like having it specified. So with that, I'm going to motion to strike non-traditional student director from this amendment. Non-traditional being the word being stricken.
I think what I'll do is I'll take the motion and we'll do what we did last time we did constitutional amendments, and where as we go through the speakers list, amendments will be made and then we'll vote on the following discussion. So we will have.
Is it, then can I motion for something?
Well, we're going to keep going down the speakers list, so.
For the purposes of this motion, the discussion would change. If we change this, the discussion can be changed.
But the speakers list is closed, so we can't discuss it.
You just reopen it.
All right. Right.
Is this a friendly amendment? Yes. It's the Constitution, so.
Okay, I'll allow this to go through.
I'm confused.
So I'm gonna allow this amendment to go through the vote right now. I'll take discussion on the amendment.
I need a second.
And, well, seconded by Senator Hakeem Brown. By the way, just so you know, the amendment is to strike non-traditional students throughout the document. Is that correct?
Or just non-traditional from that amendment.
Just non-traditional.
Mr. Chairman, point of information. This is directed at Mr. Parliamentarian. So your amendment would then, I guess, strike the non-traditional part because.
And non-traditional, so it's a transfer student director.
Okay, and that's because non-traditional students could still be first-year students or.
I just feel like it becomes problematic to identify who's non-traditional and who's not.
But you can clearly identify a transfer student or not. I agree with
Transfer students are easily distinguishable, and that's much easier to discuss.
I agree.
Point of information.
Yes.
After the second, is there a motion,
There's discussion.
There's discussion and then.
Or you guys can just call it a question.
Right.
Speakers list then closed?
No, after this will follow up, we'll continue with the speakers list. But due to the fact that discussion, due actually a good point, that discussion will have been derailed, mostly because we aren't taking, before the previous discussion, last time we took constitutional amendments, we were going through multiple amendments at the same time, and that was the object of the discussion. This is not the object of the current discussion at hand, so if this is the only amendment that's brought to the floor, then in this case, I'm going to allow it to go through before proceeding with the rest of the speakers list.
She has one amendment, that's why she was asking.
Okay.
Yeah, so, I'm not sure if it's gonna be problematic, but just because of the fact that transfer is more exclusive, I think, I wanna amend to strike transfer and just have it be non-traditional student director.
That's diverse.
So it's not.
And that's any.
That's what
he's proposing.
No, because the transfers falls under non-traditional, but non-traditional does not fall under diversity.
I would just like it to be clear that the reason I proposed that amendment was because it's very difficult to identify what non-traditional means
But
to
it's,
a lot of.
okay, you're
Point
gonna
of
talk different.
information.
Yes.
So my understanding with the original proposition for a transfer and non-traditional student director was that technically I as a freshman, I as a sophomore can identify as non-traditional and I could run for this position. We have never, in my understanding, said who can or cannot be this director and who can run or cannot run for this. So if we were to call it transfer and non-traditional student director, my understanding is that anybody on this campus that either identifies as a transfer or as a non-traditional student can apply for this position. If we were to strike out the and non-traditional and just call it a transfer student director, does this position have to be a transfer student very exclusively? Or that's my question. I don't know. I guess it's directed to Momo because it was his amendment.
So,
if anybody else wants to ask it,
so my understanding, you said, did you have to be the transfer student to be this director?
So currently, it's called transfer and non-traditional student director.
Yeah, and so that leaves it open to transfers and non-traditional students, right?
So-
and so the reason I proposed my amendment was because you can't really identify who a non-traditional student is, so technically anybody could run for this office, it's just that the office would be dedicated to addressing the issues of transfer students.
Yeah.
You understand? So with that, actually, I'd like to withdraw my motion.
Do you understand what we're what we're saying now?
No, so non-traditional just means open to the whole school then.
Exactly, do what we were saying. So that's why you cross out transfer and you put non-traditional.
That's what I'm saying, so it becomes problematic to the intent of the writers, and that's why I wanted to strike it.
Okay, then strike.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay. So parliamentary moment was saying as your motion was withdrawn?
No, it has nothing.
Wait, did
I'm
you
sorry.
strike it or withdraw?
I'm not going to this though.
So what is your motion?
My motion is to strike and non-traditional from.
And non-traditional.
And that was seconded.
So is there just discussion on this motion?
And there's still discussion on this motion.
So then you have to keep both speakers listed.
Right. So this will be a separate speaker list. So we'll yeah, we'll try to keep it brief and we won't have any like back and forth. There was a second, so you could discussion on it. There's discussion on this guy.
Okay, first of all, I was gonna make this point later in the speakers list, but apparently it's necessary for me to make it now. I don't think that even the people who have introduced it have shown an adequate understanding of what non-traditional means. Because even if you look up non-traditional, first of all, there's not necessarily a clear definition, but it's generally understood that non-traditional students mostly refers to part-time status and age. You can look that up and it will immediately say it if you look it up on Google. And that's not to say that those students are the only ones that could ever call themselves non-traditional, because there's not a specific definition for it, but that's what it's generally perceived as. I don't see why we would be going in a more exclusive route in creating this position. Though, if anything, what we've seen on this horseshoe is that many students feel like they're not represented, and by doing this, I would love for us to switch our way of operating from a college-based to an identity-based representation. I would love for us to do that. But the matter of fact is that we're not going to do that. So with my understanding that I know that Senate is not at this time going to do that, that's why I propose having the diversity director, because it is literally as exclusive as you can get in terms of identities, because you have to understand what I meant in terms of diversity. I did not mean ethnic diversity, and I did not mean cultural diversity. I meant literally diversity in the sense of what all the different students that we have on this campus, no matter what, whether it be status of how you came into the university, whether it be ethnic status, whether it be how traditional of a pathway you had when coming here. The argument that, so what I'm getting now in the support that this amendment is getting is that this position was never about giving representation to groups that are underrepresented. It was always about giving exclusively representation to one group. And that's perfectly fine that representation is necessary. But if the point is that we want to emphasize that we want to represent students accurately and we want to do the work, I don't see why we would be going more exclusive. So I would really strongly urge everybody to vote against this amendment and even do the opposite and go to a more inclusive route, as I've already stated many times. So that's my point on that amendment.
Point of information. Abraham, or Mr. Chairman, or Abraham, to you. Is the diversity council that Abraham is referring to the diversity council that he created last year or sometime when he was in?
Well,
that was created last
introduced
year.
the bylaws, but I thought.
Okay, he wrote the bylaws, but I'm wondering at that point, what my question is, I guess my point of information is, if that's the same committee, then why at that time weren't transfers considered?
But I've already acknowledged the fact, okay, you can.
That would be discussion now.
Yeah, you can harp on that as much as you would like.
No.
You can harp on that as much as you would like, but the matter of fact is that I've already acknowledged many times that I wish I would have been able to include more student groups. I don't see that as a point of contention, because yes, I would have loved to include transfer students.
Yeah, can we stick this?
Yeah,
can we stick to the speakers list?
So I actually.
Nafi's next.
Yeah.
That was Jackie.
It's Jackie.
Okay.
That was Jackie.
Yeah,
Who do you have on?
I had Chauncey and then Devin and then Jackie.
Alright, we have Devin and
Point of parliamentary procedure.
we have Devin and Jackie next one.
Okay. I've noticed that there's been a lot of people talking over each other, and I'd appreciate it if one person spoke at a time. And I believe that is, yeah.
All right, thank you, Summer. Yes, well noted. For decorum's sake, please let's try to, respect each other in this and have a safe space. So, Jackie and President Pro Tem Board Deputy Plaza. So, Senator Jackie Jacoby.
Okay,
Is this speaking to the motion?
to the motion?
Yes.
To cross out non-traditional?
Right.
Okay, then, just kidding. The next one figures. I'm on 2 lists, right?
Well,
now you're on.
now you're just.
Or,
Yeah.
I mean,
You're still on the other speakers list,
Okay,
yes.
so I'm on.
President Pro Tem Board Deputy Plaza.
I didn't have my hand out. This was the original.
Original speakers list?
Not on the original.
Yeah,
The original speakers list
Oh, wait.
is, Devin was after me on the original speakers list.
And you're
And then Abraham, and then Iris, Summer, Herman, and I actually did not have you on
You're
the
still on the.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Okay,
I didn't
wait,
have my hand out
So if
for
there,
the motion.
all right, I'm just going to take control of this. If there is no other discussion, then we will go ahead and move with the vote. Parliamentary Momo Hussein's amendment to cross out and non-traditional from throughout the constitutional change. All right, seconded by Senator Akeem Brown. We'll now proceed with the vote. All those in favor of striking out and non-traditional? All those in favor? All those opposed? And abstain? All right, by a vote of 3-5-2, this does not pass. Okay, I continue with that. Jessica Urquidez, I believe you also had a motion on the floor at this time. Do you still wish to keep that motion, or do you wish to withdraw?
I withdraw.
Okay. Withdrawn motion, so we'll now continue with the speakers list. So, President Pro Tem Board Deputy Plaza.
I yield my time to Jackie.
Jackie, you can
Okay. Oh. All right. So I think that we're really trying to make this a haste decision. I don't know why it's being sped up so fast. It clearly needs more discussion, not just tonight, but later on. Akeem, I know that it's like your last night here and you want to have it tied to your name. I get that. That's awesome. But I feel like we aren't ready for that yet at this point. Also, in regards to the statement of what non-traditional is, I agree, this is a really vague statement because I have a stutter, but I can't represent students that are veterans or that are parents. Like, non-traditional is so broad. We're all unique in our own ways. We're all not traditional students, right? And so, if anything, it should be separate categories. And I feel like someone who's a transfer student cannot effectively advocate on behalf of somebody who's a student parent or a veteran or a student with a disability. They're all really different things. And that's my issue, number one. I think that this could definitely be discussed, not just tonight, but at later meetings as well, possibly redrafted. It definitely needs more discussion as to what these things are, what the bylaws are, what they consist of. It's being decided on too hastily, and that's frustrating to me. So, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Continuing on, we'll now hear from Abraham Galvan.
Yeah, so I don't want to keep continuing to make exclusive points but instead of clarifying, first off, in response to the transfer program center closure, I want to say that I find it a little bit unfair to make that statement with regard to the Senate because I don't believe that anybody on this horseshoe was here at the time that was closed. And the implication that was made by that statement, whether that was the intention or not, was that people on this horseshoe somehow just decided to do nothing about it. And I want to clarify that because that's not at all what happened. That was years past our time. So I don't see how it's fair to make that statement. And if it's the case that the EAS, when that was here, when that closed, didn't do anything, then yeah, shame on them. But given that we don't know that they didn't do anything, I don't think that that's a fair statement. Second of all, I can say that if the issue is with regard to programming, I don't see why it could not be that programming for transfer students and a collaboration, if it happened to be that the new director or is not a transfer, could not collaborate with transfer students to still do transfer programming as part of their position. There's a lot of us that have things in our position that we're not necessarily intact with, and we still do work on it. Like, for example, one of the campaigns that I have right now as Vice President of External Affairs is You Consent. And I can say that I've actively said that I don't know nearly enough about sexual assault work to actively engage in it. And I've tried to do my part to collaborate with people who do know how to do that. And that's primarily one of the biggest reasons why Summer has been so great in taking up a large part of that work as a senator on my committee. So you're still able to do programming for different groups, even if you cannot necessarily represent them. And that has to do with the fact that transfer students would not be, a transfer student could very well run for the position of diversity director. It would not be the case that they could not run for that. They would still be represented by that position. Many times I addressed this when this point was first brought up, and that's the fact that this is going to continue to happen if we create positions such as this one. I can guarantee you that for years we will have the same issue come up that will require us to either consider another director position or selectively deny individuals of representation on this horseshoe. And that's exactly what I knew was going to happen. It's already somewhat started to happen, and it's necessary that that's happened because there's a lot of students that could validly argue that we don't represent them. So that's why I was advocating for directly going to a more inclusive position that can and would arguably be able to encompass a lot of these identities, or at least what would end up happening is that you would get a cycle of different individuals from traditionally underrepresented groups of students that would cycle in through Senate. So that at least 1 year, for example, you might have a diversity director that would focus heavily on undocumented student work. Then another year you might have another that would focus more so on transfer work. At least that would provide the opportunity for that representation to cycle through AS. What you're doing, a large part of the argument that I've heard is that everybody else is cool with what they have, and that this is necessary for this position. That's not the case at all. This year on the horseshoe, there has not been anybody that has really done a lot of work with regards to undocumented students. Last year, as someone that was previously undocumented, I tried to do more work with regards to that, but I still wasn't able to because I was not at the moment undocumented anymore, so I could never understand the issues that a college undocumented student faced. And the last point that I wanted to make is that there's also what I feel goes back to what Jackie was saying, and that this is a really hasty decision, is that there's also a lack of extensive work in preparing for this position. Because even if you go to the proposed amendment, there was being made an addition in a section that we have already voted to strike out. So if that amendment were to pass, we would have this floating sentence that would just say one title, and we would have the whole rest of the section missing. And there's no other way of addressing that issue otherwise. And also, for example, we would have to go back to the qualification Senate portion of the Constitution, because in that section it doesn't say that any senator or any director is limited based upon the entry that they came to the university. And so technically, if you create this transfer position without amending that position as well, anybody would still be eligible to run for that position. They would be subject to the same qualifications as everybody else. They would not have to be a transfer student at all even. And that would actually be worse if you, and I can guarantee that maybe it wouldn't happen the first year, it might not happen the second year, but when you get what we've seen in the past, a lot of terrible people have tried to do terrible things with regards to AS. So what I'm saying is that there's just not that work that was done. And I don't know why that work wasn't done, because if I were proposing something, I would have made sure to do extensive work on what I was proposing. But I think it goes back to the fact that this is somewhat of a hasty decision, and I would love to collaborate with individuals in order to make sure that we get something more necessary. That's why when I even proposed my own idea, I said that I would be willing to wait out the rest of the year to introduce the amendment to go on next year's ballot, because I am someone who would definitely want to do all the work necessary. So that's it.
Senator Summer Shaker.
Oh, I'm not on here. Okay, great. I have a bunch of things, but I'm gonna start with the fact that so we put directors under ECAB with the constitutional amendments that we made. And right now it is 1 year experience, even though we made that more broad. I do think it limits transfer students still, and that we even though we already made that, we can make other qualifications specifically for transfer students because of the different nature that they are in, the position that they are in. Having only 2 years, I know for myself personally, it would have been very, very difficult to be able to be a part of the executive cabinet of ASUCR. Almost impossible, I would argue. So far, it has been impossible, but with the other amendments that we made, it is possible, but creating this position would make it so that it is something that is put in place. I think that's very important, specifically for transfer students. I'm talking, and I know that we included the to make it more inclusive, but making it so, increasing it to a diversity director, which we can have, by the way. So I want to address the diversity director and the transfer and non-traditional student director. We can have, since we haven't defined non-traditional, we can define that specifically into the bylaws, and then have a different director for diversity as well. I don't see the problem in expanding our office and creating the director. That wasn't proposed. What was proposed was the transfer and non-traditional student director, and I think that we need to focus on that. And I would have to say, okay, what are my points? We wanted, okay, so also the time crunch. I understand that this conversation is being had because there's a lot of things that are coming up regarding this, but I think that last week we were addressing this, we've been addressing this throughout, we were keep on coming up with different things so that, you know, every single time that this is proposed to Senate, it has been shot down, like with different amendments, and they constantly have been going back and remaking it so that it is something that is proposed to the Senate, that the Senate would like agree on, and that would be best for ASUCR as a whole. And I think that they've done that, and I would argue with you, Abe, that they have put a lot of effort into this, and that you might have put more effort into it yourself if that's how you feel, but I would have to say I have been working with them on this. I know that they put a lot of work into this.
Point of clarification, that's not what I said at all, and if you want to misrepresent it like that, you can feel free to, because I know that that's not the case. Anyway, what I specifically said was that I do not feel that there was the full extent of the work done, and they might have worked on it a lot, and yes, that's true, but
I didn't mean to
the fact is that there's missing pieces, and you still didn't address that missing piece, by the way, because the qualification piece is still
we're
on
gonna go
there,
ahead
so
and
I don't get
let
it.
Summer finish.
Go ahead and finish, yeah.
I'm not the author of this, and I think if they want to respond to that and how they would do that, I think that would be great if we could do that. So we can do that at another time. But I wasn't trying to misrepresent what you were saying or alter it in any way. That's how it sounded to me, and so I apologize if I misunderstood you. But if there was a piece missing, I think that that's something that we can work on and we can edit and make possible. But I don't think that this was done hastily and done in a way that wasn't very thorough. It might not have been thorough enough, and we can continue to work on it, but I don't think that that's a reason not to consider it. So we need to keep that in mind as well. Also, it was brought up, having the diversity director and having the transfer non-traditional student director, what would stop other communities from creating directors if they felt underrepresented? And I think that diversity, if we included certain communities in the transfer and non-traditional, by the definition of non-traditional, and we included certain communities in the diversity director. Separately, we would cover a lot of communities, and if communities come to us and say that they feel like they are underrepresented and they need a representation in ASUCR, we need to listen to them and we need to recognize that that is how that community feels, and that's something that we should directly respond to. And if they have come up with a solution to that, I don't see why we shouldn't consider that. And so that's all I have to say. If I can, I know public comment is put at the end of these updates so that the public can respond to that, but I think that it's important in this case that they do. So if anyone from the galley would like to respond specifically to Abe's.
I'd like to object. I have more in my report that does not pertain to this.
Right, no, I'm sorry, we can't.
Okay. Well then, that is all I have to say, and I really hope that you consider this director, knowing that we can create other director positions, such as a diversity director. I think that that would be a great idea. Unfortunately, that was not what was brought up tonight. What was brought up tonight was the transfer of non-traditional student director. So.
Okay, and our final speaker is Senator Herman Singer.
I also agree that this is kind of a rush decision, and then that means that the ramifications of what we do today are going to be huge. Understand, senators, that we all represent roughly 1,200 students each. So with that being said, make sure we need to weigh everything. Make sure you're not being biased towards maybe your own agenda or your own actions. I could sit here and say, I'm probably the only turban senator that has ever sat on this horseshoe, and maybe I would put my own agenda. So those are some things to take into consideration, but my original understanding of this was that it was a systematic argument. And Francisco brought up that on this campus there are jobs that are just for freshmen and sophomores. However, there's a job that he and I share that are not for freshmen and sophomores. The SI job. When I was a freshman, when I had completed 1 year of, I had been a student on this campus for 1 year, and I applied to be an SI leader, I was told I couldn't get it. However, had I been a transfer student with 1 year experience, such as Francisco is, he got the job. So that was systematic oppression, in my opinion, in a different way. So there are jobs on this campus, and I understand that are for certain systematic reasons, and they make sense. Whether or not to debate the merits of it, we could go on forever. But the issue to me is representation. And when it comes to representation, I don't understand why we would go with the more exclusive one. We're talking about a transfer and non-traditional student director. And we're having trouble defining that non-traditional part. And then we go in and we're saying, maybe we should slash it out. Then we're like, no way, we decided not to slash it out. So we're still currently debating whether or not to have a transfer and non-traditional student director. And my opinion on why the and non-traditional part was added to it was so that it could be more inclusive of the school, so that wouldn't be exclusive. That is my understanding of why that was added. And it may not have been, but that's my understanding of it. So I would go on further and say that I agree with Abe, and I think that maybe calling it just a transfer position, or maybe we either need to, in my opinion, call it a non-traditional student director, as Jessica presented, or maybe, as Abe said, we can call it a non-traditional student director. However, we haven't defined what non-traditional is. And when you look at the task force as a definition, there are 2 senators that have to serve on there. There are somebody from the internal and external office have to be in there. So those are also non-traditional. Those are non-traditional students that are on that task force. So I'm very confused, in my end decision would say we shouldn't go with the more exclusive one. So I agree that there's a need of a new director position. I agree there are a lot of students on this campus that are not being represented. However, I would agree with Abe that if we were to create a strictly transfer student director, that we would be overrepresenting that population. And if we were to call it a transfer and non-traditional student director, we would have to clearly define what non-traditional meant. And that pretty much concludes what I have to say. And I just want every senator to know to weigh the pros and cons. And lastly, one point that keeps being brought up is the fact that the transfer student center was closed. And that is a problem, and I agree that we should move forward with that, and we should try opening it. ASU should stand in solidarity with all the transfer students, and we should, maybe write legislation saying that we support a transfer student center and we believe that the university should have one. However, if that is the basis of this argument, then let's say, God forbid, the Chicano student program's closed. Could we then create a Chicano students director? Is that not an analogous argument? In my opinion, it is. And that's pretty much all I have to say. I've weighed the pros and cons. I personally believe that we do need a director, but I also personally believe that it should be as inclusive as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And with that, to wrap up discussion for the purpose of the efficacy and time of the meeting, I'm just going to move directly into the vote. Okay. President Pro Tempore has withdrawn her motion for a standing vote, so the floor is now open to motions at this time. Senator Summer Schaefer.
I motion to approve this constitutional amendment.
Okay. Motion to approve the constitutional amendment to add transfer non-traditional student director to the ASUCR Constitution by Senator Summer Schaefer, seconded by Senator Delaney Koenig. All those in favor of adding the constitutional amendment? Hands out, sorry. All those opposed? And abstain. Okay, by a vote of 8-1, the amendment passes. With that, Deb, your report.
Okay, so my next constitutional amendment is very, very brief. On page 17, I believe, we just forgot to add Vice President of Finance. Page 17 under section C, if you could pull that up, please. It reads, all voting in ASUCR elections shall be done by secret ballot. The students shall directly elect the executive cabinet and the Senate, with the exception of the elections director and the vice president of finance as provided in Article 4 of the Constitution. So we forgot vice president of finance. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the amendment. Second.
Okay. Motion by President Pro Tempore Devin Fonso and seconded by Senator Ali Isles. All right, all those in favor? All those opposed? And abstain. All right. Unanimous vote of 11-0-0. This passes.
And that's all for my report.
I have a motion. So given the fact that this has been so more controversy on this amendment than any other amendment that we passed in the previous set of packages, I do think that this is representative of how a lot of the student body would also feel. I think it's important for us to place this constitutional amendment on the ballot separately from everything else, because every single time that we've had an amendment that's been more controversial or more divided, we've done that so that we don't jeopardize every other change that was made in the Constitution. Therefore, I would move to place this past amendment separately on the general elections ballot.
This year?
I second.
This year.
On Friday?
It's still going to be on the ballot, it just be separate from everything else.
I second that. If that's possible.
The student body passes the law. I like that.
Okay, that's true. Considering there has been a precedent to set a separate constitutional amendment on the ballot, considering different amendments, then then we'll proceed with the motion. Vice President of External Affairs Abraham Galvan has motioned to make this a separate constitutional amendment that would be on the ballot, separate from the rest of the changes, seconded by Senator Jason Ramirez. All those in favor of making it a separate constitutional amendment on the ballot? All those opposed? And abstaining. All right, by a vote of 5-5-1, this does not pass.
It's a tie.
It's a tie.
Five,
5-5-1.
Hey!
Wait, does it needs 2/3, doesn't it?
No, we're not doing this.
Alright, let's go, Michael.
All right, now, well, and then in that case, my own personal opinion is that I feel this should be separate on the ballot. This is, this is the second time.
Wait, so, point of equal,
Information?
whatever that was asked
Thank you everyone
questions.
for being so.
So if we passed it, but if the student body would not pass it, it's no. That's it.
Yes.
Okay.
Which is the same for the Constitution, so
Right.
both go on the general ballot.
Okay. Got it.
Like parliamentary procedure, were you supposed to ask for discussion after the second, or no?
I'm assuming there had already been extensive discussion on that, because this is.
Not on the specific amendment, so I was just wondering, after each amendment, after every second, because sometimes we do have discussion after the second, sometimes we do not.
If there's a good objection.
Oh, okay.
Right, yeah, that was a kind of
Okay.
two-tiered.
I was just-
I understand, yeah, but that was for like the amendment on the amendment.
Is it something that we put on every single amendment, is what I was asking? So for every single amendment or for every single motion that we make, there's a second and then there's a discussion every single time, is it supposed to be open for discussion?
Right, it's usually, okay, well, one, it's also to my discretion, but two, I allowed that for like amendments on this amendment. I was considering this as the legislation as a whole, and for that one, the discussion was happening in general, and once we moved to voting and this was closed, that was just when we had the vote. It was a two-tiered discussion, you understand what was kind of going on, when we had amendments on the amendment. That was when I would motion second, we'd have the discussion, just to have it on this, we didn't see it in writing. Considering this one's already been in writing, everyone's previously informed of what the wording is, and has already done the required reading, I'm sure, then in that sense, we wouldn't need to have additional discussion on top of after the second, because it's something that had already been discussed prior, actually throughout the entire report.
Well, the motion that was made wasn't about the amendment, it was about whether or not to include the amendment in the Constitution.
Orders of the day. Let's keep moving.
Alright, sorry, could you repeat that? I just got a little bit.
Yeah, I would appreciate if, when I was speaking, everyone, there's one speaker,
So-
I was this person.
As far as parliamentary procedure goes, the motion by Abraham was to separate the two on the ballot. The motion was seconded and called for a vote, and there was no objection to call for discussion. So
Okay,
it's
no.
the chair's discretion to call for discussion or not.
Okay,
And
that was
so-
that's all I was asking.
Yeah, that's the first thing I found out. It is my discretion. And I had allowed that when we were discussing amendments on.
So when you had called to vote, if somebody said, I object, we should discuss this, then they would proceed.
Okay.
Or Michael could have opened it up for discussion.
Okay.
All right, so proceeding along. As for the next item on the agenda would have been presentation. However, unfortunately, Yesenia Santiago texted me saying she'd be unable to make it, so we'll move past that. And we will move directly into public comment, section H. So.
Point of parliamentary procedure, I believe Deb said she had more for LLRC.
No, it was included.
This was the second amendment, it was the second amendment.
Okay, no worries. So at this point, I open up the floor to the galley for them to comment on events that had transpired over the course of this Senate meeting. So for all those that wish to come forward and speak, now's the time to do so.
All right, I keep talking.
Don't be sorry about it. Don't be sorry.
I want to say that I think that everyone's opinion was meaningful, and that I think that this just opens up more opportunities for discussion on everything that we need. And I think that in time and through what you guys are doing every day, we can see that happens. I don't want I don't want to say animosity, but it feels like a lot of tension. So I guess I want to say I like this space because everyone is respected, and I don't want anyone to feel like the position of a transfer and non-traditional person talking from the galley, or a perspective that we have, definitely like excludes anyone else. I mean, everyone is important. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak?
Yeah, I'll just quick, thanks to the Senate for your time tonight. I know it's been a long, winded discussion, and they got kind of lively. And thank you for the vote. I commend you, senators. I already clarified with Herman. Real quick, just two things. I didn't get that job of my third year, but I clarified with Herman. I just got it this year. And I did clarify about the senators and the EVP and internal VP members from the bylaws. Those are not, like, I didn't define them as not traditional. So.
You can respond. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I apologize if I did say anything out of order. I also apologize that I shouldn't have brought you up without asking permission before that. On a side note, Francisco and I know each other from, we're on the same soccer team. Like, we go back and forth, he gets mad at me when I miss a goal, I get mad at him when he sucks at coaching, but that's another story. But also, I just want, like, as senators, we represent a lot of individuals on this campus. I am glad that it passed. I don't necessarily agree with all of its verbiage. However, I do agree that it's a good step forward. So I just want to clarify that. And I wanted to talk to you after this on some
That's fine. We could talk, but I will clarify that me and Taylor and Tia, Erica, and all of the transfer students and Hakeem that came here today are more than willing to talk to any senators or members of the horseshoe to clarify any points, or if we want to work together forward to polish this and make it more concrete and solid and better, reach out to me at any time. And do remember, I did want to bring up this point. It's like, I didn't want this to go get tabled and go to next quarter. I'm gone after 10 weeks. That's the life of a transfer. Hakeem's gone in a week. So if this goes to the next year, then, who knows? We're only here 2 years, like Fernando said in the beginning. So thank you for having this vote today.
All right, we do have a couple speakers to respond to what Parliamentary Moment was saying.
So yeah, Fernando, Akeem, Summer, all the transfer students that came out, I really want to thank you all for coming out. And it's like, that's literally the most amount of transfers I think I've ever seen. You probably could have had an orientation in here. I was gonna say, I'm gonna vote in favor of this amendment, but again, like I said, with the verbiage, with the non-traditional part of it and all that, maybe going into the bylaws and really trying to work out the requirements for the position and all that stuff. As it stands right now, my understanding of it is gonna be that any student can run for this position, but the position is designed to advocate for transfer students. You know what I'm saying? So that's not necessarily a bad thing, but that's currently my understanding of it. So if you all want to address that in the bylaws or whatever further work that you all want to do, then that would be very necessary. But I just want to commend you all for coming out.
Devin.
Francisco, I know you're chair of the task force, but I'd like to meet with you and whoever else would like to come to go over the bylaws again, and we can define and get it through LRC and everything. So preferably spring quarter because week 10 and everything. But I want to reach out to you, and I'll get emails from the page, and I can kind of start a chain so we can all find a meeting time.
Check.
I want to briefly explain, just clarify why I abstained. My abstention was not at all saying I don't support y'all. I totally do think this is an awesome step forward. It was only because I didn't feel like I had enough. Just the document itself wasn't worded in a way that I felt confident in voting yes or no. That was the only thing. I support you all completely, 100%. Go y'all. Yes.
Okay. Proceeding on with our agenda then, if there was no other members of the gallery that wish to speak, we will proceed now to roundtable and announcements. And while I look forward to hearing from everyone, I do want to make sure that we're all time conscious. And because we also do have closed session. All right, so I'll start from my right and go to my left. Senator Jason Ramirez.
So as much as I'd like to pass, I'm not going to. So I've been working with the whole Project DTR stuff, and actually this past Tuesday we had a meeting, and we're going to do a pub crawl. First Thursday of spring quarter. It's going to be called our crawl. It's going to be really fun. I know, kind of cheesy. But we're going to aim for that. There's going to be a Facebook event up and everything. We're going to try to mob downtown, get dinner first, and then go to all the bars.
Like a whole student body?
As many people as we can get to go down there.
Right.
Yeah, so look out for that Facebook event. You guys are all more than welcome to come. You know, have a good time with us. Please drink responsibly, of course, 21 and over. But if you guys want more information about that, please talk to me, let me know. But there will be a Facebook event. I'll make it public, make sure that everybody knows about it. And besides that, that's all I have. We do have some more stuff lined up in spring that we'll let you guys know as it rolls around. And that's all. Good luck with finals.
Okay, hi everybody. So I have a couple things. I'm going to start with thank you for everyone who came out to the action that was held. I really appreciated everyone who came to support. As you may or may not know, it was followed by immediate action by administration, so they took us very seriously. We had a meeting, it went very well. A lot of students were there, addressed their concerns. There will be another meeting tomorrow at 12 o'clock in Hub 355. If any students would like to be there to give like a message, if you can email me like what you're going to say before. We're trying to keep this meeting professional and go through the list of demands we have. We have a lot of demands. The list of demands is actually posted on the Facebook page. If you would like to add anything to the list of demands, or you would like anything to be clearly communicated to administration, we're coming up with action plans for each specific list of demand. So we have a very clear set of things that we're going to be asking tomorrow, and I hope that if anyone wants to be there, they can be there just to support. The more students, the better. It's an open space, and so there's that happening, and we hope that there will be meetings in the future, and we appreciate the ability to be able to have this meeting. It is going to be in Hub 355. Okay, also, I was able to attend Diversity Council, and so props to those people who made the town hall happen, and to those who addressed at the town hall. I appreciated being able to be there. The food pantry was addressed today. I just wanted to make sure that we're finding space as soon as we can so that we have a clear space so that we can put all of the food that's being collected into the food pantry. And so I wanted to work on that, anyone that could. Also, freshman fellows have reached out to me. They want to create their own meetings since meetings have not been created for them. I know. So if any of you, executive cabinet, your freshman fellows have their emails, if you could compile them and then send them to me or get together and give your emails to your freshman fellows because they're trying to organize on their own. I think that is really important for them. What they're trying to do, and they asked me to ask you. So if you could do that, that'd be great. Also, I would appreciate it if we kept this a very respectful space. Like Tia was saying, I really appreciated that. This is a respectful space, and we should all respect each other while each other are speaking, and vice versa time as well. And so that's what I wanted to say.
Senator Lady.
The Week of Kindness that Priscilla and I planned is the first week of spring quarter, so you'll see more about it on social media.
Senator Paulson.
So I'll keep this super short. So this is officially my last Senate meeting. So I'm done with school on Tuesday.
Don't leave me.
Part of it. Go back and look at cross all the time.
We're not going to adjourn.
We'll stay inside for a
So it's been a pleasure working with all you and seeing all the work you do. Good luck on finals.
Thank you, Carlson.
Yes. Thank you. Like Carlton, this has been my last Senate meeting. Again, it was great working with all of you all. Thank you for listening to me when I bring up issues that you all may not be able to see immediately, but working with me and following through so that we can find out what the problem is. One thing again, I've stated this all the way through my time here, that in the 21st century, good policymakers are going to be able to see the intersectionality of multiple events. We have to remove ourselves from the micro level and look at the macro level in order to see how the micro actually works together or against each other. And I just wanted to say this, this issue tonight going around about the amendment, I almost heard a riddle came up in my head. You got two kids. One has shoes, the other one has no shoes, but the kid with shoes, his shoes got holes in it. So do you wait to buy both them a new pair of shoes, or do you buy the kid that doesn't have a pair of shoes so that both kids will have a pair of shoes? And what I heard tonight is that we could have created a better position had we waited, but then you still have a kid walking outside barefoot with no shoes when one kid does have shoes and the other. So I said that to bring this to light, that we cannot wait. We cannot wait and wait and wait until we can make it one big inclusive thing, because the more time we wait to make one big inclusive thing, the more time that one kid is going outside with no shoes on, and it's not fair to him because he doesn't have a pair of shoes at all, which are transfer students. And lastly, I heard a lot of debate, I heard a lot of suggestions, I heard a lot of I'd be willing to work with you to do this. So I want to ask Abe, charge Abe to keep his commitment. He said he would work with you all to develop a good position. Jackie, you also said that. Herman, you also said that. Jessica, you also said that. And Devin as well. Momo, you also said that. So I want to charge you all to keep your words and help this prosper so it can grow, so it can be a big position, so it can represent students that it should be represented. And lastly, good luck on your finals. I know you all will be great. You all speak well, you all write well, you all are good people, and you all ask hard and tough questions. And I hope to see you all successful in the near future. If you ever need some advice, if you ever just want to hear some crazy ideas, just call me. I'll be right in Oakland, and I'll be thinking about you all, and I hope that you all will be thinking about me, but also think about the way that I took my responsibility with this position. I was not afraid to challenge things that may seem controversial to others. I was not afraid to challenge things or bring light to issues that others may not see, like textbooks. Hey, who would ever thought to think about teachers getting profit off of students for textbook? But I brought it up. There's many issues that you all will have to look at and see. And I just challenge you to do that and not be afraid, and then listen to your own heart. There's always a voice inside of you that says, yes, I'm getting ready to make a mistake, or yes, this is the right thing to do. Listen to that voice. Don't listen to the outside chatter or the outside noise. Be sure you can be content with your own decision at the end of the night, and let your reasoning be done by your mind and your heart, and that'll help you make a great decision. I thank you all for your time. I thank you all for coming out tonight, and I charge you all to continue to put pressure on this horseshoe to provide representation for you all.
Thank you. I respect this quickiness.
Thank everyone. I want to thank everyone on the horseshoe for having a good meeting. Everyone in the galley for taking part in every discussion, coming out, staying here, 310. Good luck on finals. There's a few different campaigns that I'm working on with different students. So one is transgender women have been faced with a lot of hate crimes. And we're having a vigil for trans women on campus. It's going to be taking place in the spring. So if y'all wanted to collaborate, I can direct you to it. I'm part of the committee that's planning that. There's also a different campaign, which is Fight for 15. So I don't know if you know, they're trying to help fast food workers get a higher minimum wage. There's a big campaign around that. Also, there's another campaign that's taking place. We're going to take students to, for the Fight for 15, there's also transportation provided and food. So if y'all just want to be a part of a large collective of students moving forward, then you're able to come out. There's, like I mentioned, lunch, small breakfast, and the ride to Los Angeles and back to Riverside. There's also another trip that's also organizing, that's going to be on Cesar Chavez's birthday. We're going to travel to his actual burial site. I'm not sure if that's what you call it. But we're going to celebrate his life. There's also buses being provided. It's just a huge event. And a bus. So that's happening. Oh my God. There's 6 campaigns. How many? I only said 4. But that was a lot. So I hope to see you all. Good luck on finals.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. Elections Director Stephanie Rose.
Since we were discussing the amendment all night, now I get to talk about everybody's favorite topic, elections. So the elections deadline has been extended, as most of you know. All paperwork is due this Friday, the 13th by 5 p.m. Those of you that are in the audience or the galley, if you know anybody or you yourself are interested, I encourage you to apply. If you have any questions, you can email me at asucrelections@ucr.edu. Good luck, everyone.
Hi everyone, Scotty's Late Night Lounge / Feed Your Brain is happening Monday and Tuesday, 8 p.m. to midnight, and there will be coffee and fountain drinks. There will be food, there will be muffins, no bread muffins this time, fruit, and 50 people every hour get a free Scantron or Blue Book, so it's kind of to break it up so the first 200 people don't just come and take everything. So if you're coming throughout the night, there'll be able to be Scantrons and things for you, and it's a cool place to come meet your elected officials as well as other people in the office and hang out and study. And there's a Facebook event that's coming out. Please, everyone, make sure to invite all your friends. I'll be sending out a doodle late tonight, early tomorrow, because I need you all to work shifts, preferably 2 hours, 1 to 2 hours. And yeah, there will be a Facebook event for everyone in the galley and everyone watching. Please come, and if you have any questions about it, don't hesitate to come see me.
Great, thank you, Zach. Vice President of Finance, Irish.
Pass.
President Nafi, correct?
Thank you all for coming out, having this discussion. I know that all the issues haven't been worked out, but some of them can be worked out through the bylaws. So that's something that we should focus on moving forward now. So thank you all. Good luck in finals.
Thank you. I just want to say 2 things. One, I want to give thanks for the service of the senators that will be leaving us this quarter. I think it's been a lot of great work and projects that you all have really serviced, and you've really benefited the communities that you represent as well as the colleges that you represent, and I just want to say thank you for that. Second note, as a final duty, Senator one-on-ones are taking place. I have a schedule on the front of my office door for you to sign on. I will also email this out. There are only a few days left, and it is mandatory, so hope to see you there. Okay? Parliamentary moment to say?
Pass.
Abraham Galvan?
Yeah, so first off, SLC applications are due before midnight on Saturday. Please submit them so that we can get those reviewed and I can select the delegation that will be taking to the Student Lobby Conference. If you need to access the application, there was a campus-wide email that was sent out. It's also on my Facebook page, ASUCR Office of the Vice President of External Affairs. So that's that. Second, if this transfer amendment passes, I would love to work with those individuals in making it better. Just as I have for 3 years without being exclusive to whatever projects or demographics of students the project has been aimed to, I will be more than happy to help make it better. So that's that. And my last note in roundtable announcement, it's a request. It's also kind of a warning in the sense that I would really strongly encourage individuals to not campaign on this horseshoe. And I saw a lot of campaigning happening on this horseshoe tonight. That's deplorable in and of itself, but if you make me the object of your campaign, I can guarantee you that I will not hesitate at all to make that very evident to the rest of the student body, and also to do whatever I can to stop you from campaigning in whatever fashion or way you can actively do throughout the office. So that's my request, and that's also my warning. Take it as you may.
Thank you, Fernando Echeverria.
So 2 things. The first one is going to be the finals countdown. My freshman fellows worked on this project. They are making it a quarter long, and this is specifically for the freshmen in the res hall, so it's going to be a Dublin Bear Cave. They would also like you all to attend in order for the freshman students, in order to get to know the student government and the student body, and who represents them. That's going to be on Friday from 6 to 8 p.m. in the Pentland Bear Cave. Oh, 6 to 9 p.m. And the second thing is I will be sending the doodle poll out to all your emails. We're going to be conducting the final snack wagon. I'm going to make sure everyone's included, that it's not politicized to the request, due to some requests from other senators. And I want to make sure that everyone's involved in it. I think you all should be involved in it. If you haven't done a final snack wagon, snack wagon yet. Snack wagon yet. I'll put you like first down. You deserve to do it. Especially if you're graduating, just because I know like a lot of us have already had that opportunity, but I want to extend it to senators that haven't. So Jackie, I see you, and other individuals that are part of the workshop, because it's a really good thing. You go out to students and they're really happy to see like, oh, I'm snacks, because they're like studying for like a 3-hour midterm. So it's really beneficial to us all. So those are the 2 events, and I hope you keep your emails open.
Thank you. Marketing and Promotions Director, Reader Todd.
Thank you. Yeah, just to echo final countdown, so especially all you folks that are affiliated, please let your freshmen know, especially if they're in the dorm. The Facebook event for that is up. We concluded our last marketing meeting today. Sky's Late Night Lounge, Monday and Tuesday. For next quarter, we're going to be deciding the next 2 weeks when marketing committees are going to meet, so please be on the lookout for that. I'll put that on the Facebook page. And of course, if anyone has any issues whatsoever with my office or performance, please come speak to me and I will do my best to fix it. Thank you.
So, a couple things. Firstly, I wanted to echo what Abe was saying. Just make sure that all of us are very conscious of what we say here and our actions. Understand that you saying that you support or that you are going to vote towards something is considered campaigning in ASUCR space, and that is subject to a strike if somebody were to file a violation. So just make sure you're very conscious, especially since I see my election committee members. So yeah, just make sure you're conscious of that. And then the next is a request to Fernando. I know you said you're gonna allow all of us senators and other horseshoe members to participate in Snack Wagon, but I would also encourage you to ask members of all of our committees in AS. I think that they should also be allowed the opportunity to. And then lastly, I want to thank all of AS for sponsoring Turban Day. It was a huge success today. I want to thank all those individuals that donned turbans today and stood in solidarity. I see members of this horseshoe, I see members in the galley. There were staff out there. There were professors out there. Some vice chancellors came out. So it was amazing, and we wouldn't have been able to do it had we not gotten that funding from AS. So I want to thank all of you, and I want you all to know that we tied upwards 200 turbans today. It was very exciting, but it was also very fulfilling too. So thank you all.
Thank you. Great, thank you. David Escobedo.
I just want to thank everybody from the galley over 4.5 hours. Also, good luck on finals to everyone. And then, yeah.
Thank you. Priscilla Durant.
Hi everyone, so I have 2 things. The first thing, like Delaney mentioned, our Kindness New Cool campaign is happening first week of spring quarter, so come check that out. More information will be posted on social media. And secondly, Katipunan is holding their 26th annual PCN, or Filipino Culture Night play, and that's actually occurring on April 18th, which is the same weekend as the Student Conference. But if you're sticking around town, I recommend you go. I'll be acting in the play, and I've directed before, so it'll be new and it'll be fun, and I hope to see some familiar faces. And it's week 10, finals week is next week. Good luck with all your finals.
Great, thank you. So, Senator Jackie Jacoby.
Okay, a few things, and they're all way different, so bear with me here. So Colette and I are really working on the UCR Udemy Run, officially, and making it happen. Ideally, it's gonna be week 4 of spring quarter on a Thursday night, and what would happen is students would come in clothes that they want to donate and take them off there. We'd wash them, donate them afterwards, and so they run their underwear there. Hopefully, ASUCR can sponsor that, or just be yeah, we support this cool event, hopefully. Secondly, if we could maybe have office hours next quarter, like post it online somewhere because I feel like the cubicles are like always empty and no one's back there. It's important for us to be there in the office so students can talk to us. Posted somewhere so students know what's happening in the office. Thirdly, during spring break, please be safe if you're going anywhere, like on lakes or beaches. Please make good choices. Don't drown, don't drink and swim. General things like that. If you want to do drink. If you want to swim, so don't combine at the same time, obviously. And then, obviously. And then lastly, if anybody here finds like Middle Eastern politics interesting, the elections for Israel are in 6 days. If you find that fascinating at all, please like look out for that. If you have like strong opinions, either for or against whatever your opinions are, please like stay in the loop regarding Middle Eastern politics and the U.S.'s involvement in them. So yeah, thanks.
And last but not least, Senator Aliana.
Nothing special, just good luck on finals, stay safe during spring break, that's all.
How's the show?
Huh?
How's the show?
Oh, it was good, it was good. It was embarrassing, like I said, it was funny.
Okay. With that, we will now move on to our next item on the agenda, to close session. So at this point, I really want to thank the galley for coming out. You showed remarkable patience for lasting, as Fabian said, 4.5 hours until we got to the very end. I wish I could say that this was unusual, but we're really glad that you could come join us and look forward to our meetings in spring quarter.
Thank you. Drive safe.